Hello everyone, welcome to EFS. This is project number 2. In this project, we have created a small web application through which we can share files between different types of devices. Okay, so this to share file, the all devices have to be in the same local network, and we have used React as front end, Node.js as the server, and MongoDB as the database. So along with that, we have created a batch file through which whenever we double click it, the commands runs and the application opens in a browser. So let's do that. So this is that specific thing. So I'm going to double click this one and you can see the application. So this is a dashboard, not dashboard specific. This is the entire application. So we have a search bar. Along with that, we have an add, and along with that, we have different tabs. So in the all tab, every type of file will be visible. In the images tab, only images visible, and the rest of the tabs works on the same way. When coming to the others tab, in this tab, only the devices like which the files which doesn't fall under any of these four categories will appear over here. In the all tab, every file will be appearing. Okay, so let's just add one file. Just click on add, upload resources. We can even drag and drop two. So here I'm gonna upload this PDF. So it has been uploaded, and as you can see in the back, we have it over here. So this is a document. Since it's a document, it will be available in the document section. If you go on images again, it will be nothing will be there since we haven't uploaded any images. So we have created this web app in such a way that whenever you upload a file, it depending on the extension, it automatically categorizes like what kind of a file is this. For example, if I'm uploading this audio file, okay, so since we are in the all section, you will be able to see both the PDF and audio in the same category. But once we go to the audio category, you will only be able to see the audio file. Along with that, we can play this file as well. So if I just click on play, I'm not sure whether you guys can hear it or not, but yes, it is playing. And as you can see, I can even move to the slides. Okay. So in this, again, we have the search option through which I can search a specific file. Atomic. So and the other one is psychology, right? PS psychology. Okay. So the search function works as well. So along with that, we have created this in such a way that it is mobile friendly. So I will show it to you in just a second. Okay, now I'm gonna mirror my mobile, the actual device. Okay, I got it. Yep. And now we're gonna go to Chrome, and here's my application. No, not the 3000 port. It's 3001 port. Yeah, this is our application. So you can see here, right, all what we have already uploaded in the browser section is now available in the mobile section. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add something from the mobile section, photos and videos. Let's just add this file, and you can see it over here. So along in this, when coming to the mobile one, there is a bit difference like how we handle the upload. And in the web, we can hover on the file and see the download and delete option. But when coming to the web, you have to long press any specific thing. Any specific file, and only at that point you can see the download and the delete option. Okay. Now let's just go back to the web. So here we are, we have uploaded an image. So we're just gonna go to all, and you can see that image over here. See, it's visible. So let's just add some more files so that we can categorize everything. So now if I go to images, you will have the images. If you go to documents, you will have the document. If you go to the videos, we haven't uploaded any videos. And if you go to the audios, you'll get the audio file. Let's just go to all one more time. Just click on add, upload source. So this time I'm gonna add 3 files at a time. So one's gonna be a doc, and then we're gonna add a video, and then we're gonna add an application which doesn't fall in any of the categories. Let's do that. We're uploading, and it has uploaded. Now if we just open, you can see here, right? So the doc with a number, and there's the video. So if you just go to the images, you can see the images, documents, only the documents, the video, only the video, audio, only the audio, and the others, the specific file. Okay. So now even in the videos can be played, you just need to click on that. And we have made this in a small window. Okay, I think you get an overview of what we're trying to achieve. So now let's get into the coding section. So now we are in the Visual Studio Code, and I'm in a folder called local drive. Here we're gonna create 2 more subfolders. Okay, so one folder I'll be naming it as drive. This is for the front end. Along with that, we'll be creating another folder, not in this. We'll be naming it as server, and this is for the backend. So let's just go and create the app. So we're gonna open the terminal. And now we're gonna go into the drive folder, and here we're gonna create the React app, and let's create -react-app ./. So this will make sure that the React project is created within the drive folder itself. Okay. Let's just see if we get any kind of warnings. Now start it. Now let's just go into another terminal. This is going to take some time, so we're going to set up the Node.js as well. So here, cd server, we are now into the server folder, and here we're going to say npm init initialization. So the package name server, we're going to leave it as it is. The version, we're going to leave it. Description, this is a server. You can leave it blank as well, not an issue. Entry point, mine will be server.js, while index.js is default. You can give any entry point as you wish. So I'm giving server.js. Test command, none. Git repository, none. Keywords, none. Author, let's just say EFS. License, none. So it's asking to check everything. If everything is to your liking, just click on yes. So now we have created the server. So for the server part, we'll be using 4 libraries. One is Chorus, the first one is Express, the other one is Chorus, the third one is Multer, and the final one is MongoDB. Okay, so first we'll be only talking about 3 libraries. The first one is Express npm install to install any npm package. This is the command Express. Okay, so we can install one library at a time, or we can install multiple library at a time. By just giving spaces between each name, we can install multiple libraries. So the first library is Express. This is so that we can write the REST API services. Yes, we can use the Node code, the HTTP package. We can use that to write, but Express gives us a lot of easy options. So that's the reason I'm using Express. And along with that, we have Chorus. So Chorus means cross-origin resource sharing. This is kind of like a security layer. If you don't know about it, just go and check in the net. It's quite simple. And then we finally have Multer. I don't know how it's pronounced. So this package is specifically for uploading the files. Okay, so we can upload these files. Using this package, we can upload files into our server. So let's just install this. So we have added all the 3 packages. Now we're just going to go into the server. As you can see, we have node modules packages and package.json log as well. So here we're going to create a file. We're going to name it server because our entry point is server.js. Okay. So here we're going to create a const variable require express. Now this variable can access every function that is exported in the express library. And then we're going to create a const app variable and just gonna say express, so this app variable can inherit every classes of the express. Okay, so along with that we're gonna call one more thing, that is for us equals to require course. Okay, and then we're gonna define a most important thing, which is express dot json. Okay, so what's this? You must be wondering, like, what is this? So this is actually a middleware. Okay, so what does this middleware do? So in our API request, we have a header called content type. So whenever a specific header, a specific API request has the content type as application JSON, this middleware will automatically pass the JSON and make it available on request.body. I mean, whenever we call the request.body, then in that request.body, you will have all of the JSON which was sent by the client. When I say request.body, I mean something like this: app dot, just say that we are using post and we have just given some kind of path. You can see here a request comma response. So whenever we tell the app that we are using express.json, whatever content the user is sending to us, the status and all of that, it would automatically available in request.body. So that's the reason we are using this middleware. Okay, so along with that, we'll be using an other middleware, which is express dot URL encoded with extended as true. Okay, so what is this? So this is also a middleware, but the only difference is that this will pass all the incoming requests which has the content type as www.url encoded. So this type of content type, this header will be present for forms. So why are we using extended true? So whenever we say that we are using extended true, the Express will use the QS library. So the QS library will make sure to pass any kind of, complex data, kind of blobs. When we are sending any images, they are converted into blobs into a array form of chunks of array of data. So the QS library will be handling those. But when we keep it as false, each and every amount of data will be treated as just a string key pair value. So since we are going to upload stuff over here, so we have to make sure the chunks of data is treated as an array. So that's the reason in the URL encode we are using the URL encoded middleware with the extended as true. Okay, now finally we're gonna say not this to use chorus as well. As long as we are serving the front end in the same server, okay, like the IP doesn't change, chorus is not required. But for the time being, I'm just keeping it for the safe side. And now finally, most important, const port equals some port number. So now we are here. So now we're gonna say the app.listen, give the port and this function invokes whenever there is a successful connection establishment. So we're going to simply log type something like server started port comma port. Okay, so now we have created the server, and once we run the command, the server is gonna get started. So to check whether the server is started or not, I'm gonna just write a small get request app.get with a part of root, and then I'm gonna say request comma response, and then we're gonna say response. We're not reading, so these two parameters have significance. Request, whatever the data that comes from the client side will be available on request, and the data that you're gonna send to the client, you can send it through the response. Okay, I mean, we can just write request comma response as well. I'm just using the short terms, that's it. res dot status, like what will be the status? We have different status, right? Like 200, 400, 404. So 200 means okay, so I'm gonna just say 200 dot status. I'm gonna just send a text called okay, and then we're gonna close the connection. Even if you don't, it's gonna get automatically closed, but we're gonna just break the connection manually. And here we're gonna say, so one more thing, that I'm not using nodemon. If you want, you can use nodemon as well. There is no change in the code. The only thing nodemon does is that it doesn't allow, I mean, you won't be required to restart the server every time whenever you make a change. Whenever you're using a traditional node, you have to stop that server and again restart it to see your changes. I mean, if your changes needs to get affected, you have to restart the server for a traditional node. So here I'm gonna say node server.js. Oh, that's a blunder. Okay, let's go. Yep, the server has started at port 3001. Now we're gonna go to Thunder client. We're gonna make a new request. So since we are not having any SSL, I'm gonna remove the SSL. Okay, we already have a 3001 port. We're gonna send it. The bottom. I think I made another mistake. Sorry, it is sent. Now you see what I'm trying to say. Now I have to stop the server and then restart it. Let's make a new request as well. Local 3000 send. Okay, so now we have successfully have started our server. Now the next step would be adding MongoDB to it. I mean we are gonna connect the server to the database Mongo by using the MongoDB drive, and after that we'll be using the multi library to upload, and we'll be writing some more APIs. Okay. So now the second step is to connect the MongoDB server. Okay, so I'm assuming that you have all installed this already, and if you haven't, just go to the MongoDB official website. You'll be having everything over there, and you can install the MongoDB compass from there. Okay, so make sure that you remember this one, localhost 27017. This is the URL through which we're going to connect to the server. Here we're going to click connect. Okay, and once we are connected, these are the available databases. So we're going to create a new database. So we're going to name it drive, and a collection name will be files info. Okay, and here we're going to click on create database. The database is now created. Now let's just go back to our node code. So here we need another package which acts as a bridge between the MongoDB server and the Node.js. Okay, so that package is npm install MongoDB. We have other packages like Mongoose as well, which makes it even more simpler. But in our case, we don't require that one. We're gonna do a very simple queries, so that's the reason I'm directly using the MongoDB official driver itself. Okay, so we're done with this. Now we're gonna create a new file in the server, and we're gonna name it mongodb.js. So just to have a clear or organized, I'm just want to organize the files in a clear way. It doesn't need to be like this. You can just simply write the connection code here itself. For organizing purpose, I'm just writing it in a separate file. Okay, so first we're gonna take the Mongo client, which is a class through which we're gonna inherit all the available functions. Require MongoDB. Okay, so after we're done with that, now we're going to define the URL through which we're going to connect to the server, and that would be MongoDB colon // remember that local host and 270217. That's the port. Oh no, wait, 27017. Let's just check it one more time. 27017, yeah, 27017 // so this is the server URL, and now we're going to define the database name for which we're going to connect. So it would be drive, right? So we have named the database as drive. We'll be giving the same name here as well. Now we will create a variable called dbo and initialize it to be null. Now we're going to create a function which will be used to connect to the MongoDB server, and I'm going to call it get db. Let's make it small. Okay, and here I'm going to define some code. So here I'm going to say if db is not null, like if we have some kind of values, we're gonna return dbo. So what does it actually mean? So the dbo function, let me just write the rest of the code, then you're gonna get it automatically. So const client equals await mongo client dot connect, and then we're gonna pass the URL. Okay, if you don't know what an async await is, it makes sure that until this line is not executed, you're not going to move to the next line. Okay, and along with that, we're going to check whether the connection has been established or not. That would be client dot topology. So in this key, we have a function is connected. Okay, so this function returns true when the MongoDB server is connected and returns false if the server is not connected. Okay, so here we're going to say log. I'll just simply say MongoDB connected. If it doesn't happen, we're going to get an error, and we'll assume that the MongoDB has not been connected. dbo equals to client, and now we're going to define to which server we're trying to connect. Okay, dot client dot client.db equals to db name. So we are going to connect to drive, so we have pass the variable db name. Okay, and finally we're gonna return dbo. Okay, so now what does the seventh line does? So whenever an API call is done, it tries to connect to the database. If there is a connection already established, at that point the DBO will not be null. Okay, so at that point we're gonna, we have understood that DBO is connected to a database, so we're gonna return the DBO again. So that's the reason I have written this line. Okay, here if the, in our case we may not we get, we must be able to connect to the server, so that's the reason I'm not writing any kind of code. In this case, if it's not connected, you could just simply say else return, here we can just simply return null, or we can just break the connection over here. Okay, so finally what we're gonna do is export this one through module dot exports equals get db. Okay, so now we have exported this, and now we're going to use it. So here we're gonna call that specific module by just simply calling get db equals required, and we'll just define the path here, this MongoDB here. So let's just check whether it's working or not. For that purpose, I'm just simply gonna say const db. Okay, whether const works, yeah, const will work. db equals await get db. So since it's not an async function, it will show us error, so we set it as an async, and then we're gonna create another variable called files. Okay, and here we're gonna give db dot collection. So what's the collection's name? Files info dot find. There is no condition. Whenever we say something like this, it means to fetch everything, and then we're gonna convert this into an array, and then we're gonna send this as a response. But here, since the output will be a JSON, we have to keep this as JSON and send the file. Okay, clear? So let's just test it. So yep, we're gonna simply node server.js. The port has been started. Let's go to this one. We have already done a test, so I'm gonna open the same, and let's click on this. MongoDB connected, and we got an empty response. Since we don't have anything, like we haven't filled the database with anything, so we got an empty response. Okay, now we're gonna make sure that we're gonna add some data. So we're now going to go into the MongoDB. Here we're gonna go to the MongoDB shell, and let's just remove it. So we're already in drive. So here we're gonna say db dot files info dot insert one, just one record, and I'm gonna just say name EFS. Okay, and then gonna hit enter. So after that, we're gonna get the data here, as you can see. I think, yeah, okay guys, I missed something here. We have to write await as well. We got the data now because we are in a local connection, it worked very fast, but in general, without the await, we won't be getting any data. So make sure that you have an await for every query that you make. Okay, so let's just retest it one more time. Yeah, we got the data. So we're done with the MongoDB connection as well. So the next step will be connecting the Multer and uploading the files. Let's do that now. Okay, now that we're done with the database part, let's just start with the uploading part. So here we're gonna create a variable called Multer, and we're gonna call the package Multer. Multer. I'm not sure how that's pronounced actually. Okay, and then we're gonna declare a variable called storage. In this variable, we'll be defining the file name and as well as a destination. So for that, we're gonna use a subfunction called disk storage. In this, we're gonna define the destination and as well as the file name. So let's define the destination first. So this is destination, and this accepts a function with 3 parameters: request, file. So the request is, so this will be handled by the form URL encoded. So in the request, we can access the body. In the file, we'll be having the file name and as well as the array data. I mean the files blob data. And finally, we have a callback. So the callback is used to define the in destination. The callback is used to define the folder in which all of these things are gonna get uploaded. So I'm gonna simply say this one is uploads. Okay, we can create a folder. Even if we don't, the drive will automatically create one for us. So but we are going to create a folder. So I'm gonna just say here uploads. Okay, now next is the file name. So the same thing, required comma file comma callback, and then we're just simply gonna say cb comma null comma any file name which you, for the time being I'm giving a static name, so I'm gonna call it EFS. Okay, so now we're done with that, and now we're gonna pass this storage to the Multer function. Defining like this will be the storage path, and that will be the file name, Multer storage. So actually the key name is storage, so that's the reason I have just directly given it as storage. In general, if you are not defining the key name, I mean you are giving this as something else, then you have to do storage colon and the name. But since the variable name and the key name is the same, I'm using something like this. Okay, now we're gonna remove this array. We're gonna remove this. So I've already created an index.html file. So this is just a simple upload which goes to the which calls the API upload. We're gonna create that API pretty soon. And now we're gonna serve this file in our Node.js server itself, so that we can test whether the upload is working or not. Let's do that. So for us to serve a file, we have to get another package. This is inbuilt, so there's no need for us to install it. The package name is path. So const path require path. Okay, and after that we're just gonna simply go here and say response dot send file, and then we're gonna join the path and then the dir name. So this will take the path to the current root files location. I mean wherever the server.js is located, it will take it till that path. So since the index.html is in the same folder itself, there is no need for us to define another path. We'll just simply define the file itself, that is index.html. Okay, so if everything works, we should be able to see an HTML file whenever we try to open localhost 3001. Let's restart the server. Here, now I'm gonna open the browser and let's say localhost 3001, enter. You can see the file over here, right? Choose a file and then the name. Just to remind you, this has nothing to do with the project which we are going to build. This is only for the test purpose. After we are done with the testing, we are going to remove the index.html. Okay, so let's test it. Okay, now that we are done with the testing part, let's go and create a simple post API. Okay, so that we can get the files. So let's go and create it one app.post. Okay, and then we're gonna give the path as upload, since we have defined the path here as upload, so we're gonna define the same path here as well. And then we're gonna say this is the important part. So here we're gonna pass the upload dot array or single. If you want to do a multi upload, then you have to give array. If you want to do a single upload, then you have to give single. Okay, so for now we're gonna do the single, and then we will be defining the key name here. So I will be saying, like, what was the key name over here? Uploaded file, the name. So we're going to take the same name and define it here. So this will act as a middleware, and it will take the request and as well as the blob data and then pass it to the storage over here. Okay, and the storage will process and it will recreate the blob data and will keep the file in the uploads with this name EFS. We may not have the extensions because we are not taking the extension, but we are just checking whether the file is going to get uploaded or not. That's it. So there's still a lot of work to do in this. Okay, after that we're just gonna do same thing, request comma response equals, that's it. And after that, finally we're gonna close the connection once we're done with the upload thing. Okay, now let's just restart the server and see whether it's working or not. The upload folder is currently empty. Now we're gonna go to the browser, refresh it once. We're gonna just say choose a file. I'm gonna select file and enter some name and click on submit. Okay, now if everything works well, we should have a file over here with the name EFS. Okay, so since like we are just directly saving it as EFS, if we save it as EFS dot docs, okay, let's do one thing. I'm gonna save it as efs.pdf. Okay, and now we're going to upload a PDF. Okay, so choose a file. So I'm gonna go for this, the psychology of money, give some name, submit it, and now we're gonna get back to this and see. You can see here, right? efs.pdf. So we have successfully uploaded the file. Now all that's left is to get the key values as well, and then do our, like, I mean, we have to insert this file, the file related details to the database. Only then we can fetch the data and display it on a dashboard. So let's do that part. So now that we are done with the Multer section, the upload section, now it's time to create APIs. In our project, we will be requiring 3 APIs in total. First one is the upload. Second one is to fetch all the files data. And the third one is the delete API. Okay. Since we have already written the upload, we're going to start with the upload API itself. So the path's the same. The only thing that's going to change is we're going to upload multiple files, and for that purpose we're going to change this into array. And here I'm going to set a file limit of 10. I mean, that means it cannot upload more than 10 files at a time. Okay, now there are some changes that needs to be done, but before that, let's understand like how we are going to save the data. So since we are using MongoDB, every data is stored in the form of a JSON. So the JSON that we're going to be using to store the data would be something like this. So in this itself, let's call it record equals semicolon, and the first will be name. Okay, and then we'll be having created on for date, and then we'll be having the doc type. The doc type in the sense, is it an image, is it a document, is it something else, or is it a video, is it an audio, that one. And finally the type, or we can name it an extension. I'm naming it as type. So this is generally refers to the extension like .pdf, .docx, and .wav, some formats of that file. Okay, so these are the and one more thing, the actual name. So in order to differentiate between the files, we will be saving the files with the names that we are going to create, but there is an actual name of the file that we're going to save in the database, and later on for the displaying purpose we'll be showing the actual name, not the saved name. Okay, let's get into it. So now this is the structure that we are going to save in the MongoDB. So let's define one after the other. So the first one is name. So this has to be unique, and for every file it has to change, like no two files should have it. For that purpose, I'm just gonna simply say date dot now. So this is gonna give us a random number, not a random number, actually milliseconds from 1992 till the time it's created. So it's gonna give us those milliseconds. So we're gonna use that now. And along with that, since as you have already seen in the previous section, without defining the extension it won't be saved. So for that purpose we have to make sure that we are saving it with an extension, or even if we don't, that's not gonna, I mean, it will be fine, but for accessing the files we have to save it with an extension. So for that purpose we're gonna define the extension now. So how do we gonna get the extension? We have to write a bit of code for that. Let's do that now. So let's say let type, which is generally the extension, or here I will just say extension so that you won't be confused, equals to file. Now we're gonna access this file. From this we're gonna get the original name. Okay, as you know, any file that's been created, the extension will always be after dot. Even if the file has a dot, the last dot will always be for the extension. For basing on that purpose, we're gonna split it by taking the dot as the separator. Okay, after that what we're gonna do, we're gonna take the extension and extension of, okay, we're going to take the entire length, extension dot length, okay, -1. Okay, so what this does, so whenever we use a split function, the files will come in, I mean the separated values will be in the form of array. since the dot before the extension is always the last, so we're going to take the array's last value. So how are we doing that? We're taking the extension dot length, it which gives the total length. For example, if there are 3 values in the array, it will be giving us 3. But since array starts with an index of 0, we are separating it 1, so that the third value, which is at the place of index number 2, can be fetched. So here you get it right. So now we have fetched the extension. So for that purpose, for attaching it to the name, we're gonna just call the name below this, and then we're gonna put a plus. We're gonna remove this. We're gonna treat it as a string dot plus extension. Okay, now we got the name, which is unique. So we are gonna save the file with this name itself. So we're gonna pass name over here. Okay, and then we're going to take this extension and pass it in the type. Okay, and then the actual name. So the actual name will again be the original name, which we can actually use it over here. So let actual name, we're going to use the same key, so so that we no longer need to define it one more time. So let's actual name equals to, we're gonna do this file dot original name, and then we're gonna just use the actual name over here. Okay, now we got the actual name, we got the extension, we got the name. Now what all is left is the doc type. So doc type is gonna be a bit bigger one. So let's go for the created date. So we're gonna use the same name, created on equals to new date dot now. So whenever you use a new, at that point it's gonna take the current date. Okay, for that and now it will be coming in a universal TC format, right, like with a Z, and the timing with milliseconds, the hours, the minutes, and the seconds. So we don't need entire of that, so we need only the date. So we're going to convert this into an ISO string to ISO string. I hope I spelled it right. Yeah, to ISO string dot. Again, we're gonna split it using the dot. And then we're gonna take the first value, which will give us the date. Okay. Or else we can, yeah, that's fine. And then now we have created on as well. Now all that's left is to get the doc type. So the doc type, so we're going to create a function called doc type. In this, we're going to pass the extension. Okay, so the extension, depending upon the extension that we reach, we're going to predefine some formats in the code. Let me show you. I have asked ChatGPT what are the normal formats. I'm just going to paste it over here. So ChatGPT has given me the most used formats for the images, the audio, the documents, and videos. And now we're gonna take this extension and match with each and every one of them. And if we find a match in this, we're gonna name them depending upon what they fall under, which category. If they doesn't fall under any of this category, then we're gonna take them as others. Okay, let's do that. So let's just Google testing, and then format. Okay, where are the formats? Let's go down. Let's define let doc type equals. I'm just using the same variable name. It's not necessary. It has nothing to do with the below doc type object. Since it's an object, I'm gonna rotate through the keys. Okay, keys formats, the name of the variable dot. Now I'm trying to find the type, so I'll just say find, okay, the type. So I'm gonna just say the type equals to formats of type. Okay, so these types are gonna come over here, and in that we're gonna check in that specific array. So this format, we're gonna get this type in over here. This type will be that, and in that we're gonna check whether includes the extension which we have given over here, whether it includes in that specific format or not. If it includes, the doc type will be returned with that specific variable, with specific key, sorry, not variable. Okay, and then finally we're going to say return doc type is equals to undefined. If there is no match, then we're going to say the doc type as others. Else, if it's not undefined, I mean we got a match, so we're going to say it as doc type. Okay, now we're going to use this doc type in the doc type extension function, sorry, in the doc type key, and we're gonna pass the extension to this doc type. Okay, so there is no way that this doc type can ever be null, because if none of the pattern matches, we're gonna send others to the doc type. Okay, so now that we're done with this, now the only thing that's left for us to do is to insert this entire record into our MongoDB. For that, we're gonna do var db equals await get db. Okay, and after that, okay, we have to change this into a sync function, and after that db dot, I'm sorry, again I forgot await. We have to write an await db dot, because it's not an immediate process, it takes time. Collection, again, what's our collection name? Files info dot insert 1, and then we're gonna pass the record. You might be thinking that since we are doing the multiple files, shouldn't we do insert many? No, because the storage function for every file, the storage parameter is called again and again and again. Okay, so it's not like it's going to handle all of these files at once. It's going to handle one file at a time. So that's the reason we are doing an insert one record over here. Okay, so we are done with this part. Yeah, so we need to test it, but for testing it, we would be requiring a lot of other parameters. So let's just see like what parameters we can set in this index.html. So I'm gonna do it. I'm not gonna show you because it's not necessary for us. So we'll be just back in a few minutes. Yes, so I have just tested and I think I have made few errors in the code. So the first error is the 38 line. So the file.original name is not a function. We have to write it something like this. And then in the created on, we have to remove this and then give it this. So only at that point, we're going to get the current date. Along with that, to get only the date, we have to split by using E. Okay, so these are some common errors. So now we're going to just restart the server and enter. Now let's just go to the page. We're going to remove this. Okay, we're going to choose a file. and then I'll just say atomic habits and click on submit. Okay, we're done, I guess. And here you can see here, right, the WAV wave. Now we're gonna go to MongoDB, and here let's just clear this. We're gonna just see whether the record is inserted or not. So db dot filesinfo dot find with an empty brace. I mean, we're asking it to find everything. So here we have dot wave, the date, doc type is audio, so it's working as well. The type, the extension is wave, and the actual name is atomic habits dot wave. Okay, so the reason why I did not give an ID, I think you have already figured it out, because MongoDB creates its own object to ID. So there is no need for us to create an ID or give some kind of IDs to that. The MongoDB does it for us. Okay, now that we're done with the upload API, now we are gonna create the get API. So this API is used to get all the files from the DB. So here we're gonna use a post operation, and the path will be get file. Okay. The reason why I'm using a post operation, just a second, comma response. Yeah, the reason why I'm using a post operation is because we're gonna send the type of file which we are fetching. For example, if I send in the post operation, if I send all, we need to fetch every file. If I send images, we have to fetch only the images. You remember the tab operations? So that is gonna work by using this API. Okay, so in this, let's add a try catch. Actually, we have to do this in every API so that we can handle the errors more efficiently. So here we're just going to simply say that if something comes in the error, so we're gonna just send the JSON error is e dot message. Okay, so similarly here we're gonna define the type equals to required dot body dot type. This is more precisely the doc type, not the extension. Okay, in that case, just call this doc type only. And since we haven't done the the front end, let's call this doc type. Okay, so along with that, const db equals await. We're gonna just call this async await get db, enter, and here we will declare another variable. We're going to say await equals db dot collections files info dot find dot to array. So in Mongo, if you want to find any specific item, like say we want to find depending on the doc type, like if the doc type is wave, just give us all of those things. So since the doc type is an audio, we have to get all the audios. For that, we have to pass the find over here. So as we know, the key for doc type is this. So we are going to say let doc type is equals to when the doc type is, oh, we already have a doc type. Let's make this one small. Doc type, when capital T doc type is equals to all, then if it is all, we need everything, so we're gonna send an empty object. But when we need a specific item, then we're gonna send this one. So now we're gonna pass this doc type over here. Okay, and then finally we're gonna send this data dot JSON files, and then we're gonna close the connection. Okay, so let's test this out. Let's move this up a bit, close the connection, restart the server. Let's go to a client. We're gonna make a new request. We're gonna call it a post, and here I'm gonna say http localhost 3001 / get files, the body, we're gonna say doc type all. Okay, let's see if it works or not. Find is not a function. It's fine. Okay, let's go here. Maybe I have done some wrong. Delete dot collections. Wait, collections. Oh, collections. It's just collection. So it was actually referring to the JavaScript file. So that's the reason it didn't work. Let's see. See, now we got it. So now if I send the doc type as audio, which is this, we should be able to fetch only this single file. See? So that means we have successfully created the get API. Now there is just one more API that's left, and that is delete. Now let's create the delete function, sorry, the delete API. For that, we're gonna call app dot delete, and in this I'm gonna say the root to be delete, and in this we're gonna accept two parameters. One is ID, the other is the name. Okay, why two parameters? The ID is for us to, so that we can remove that specific record from the database, and the name is the name of the file, so that we can delete the file from the uploads folder. Okay, request form or response. Now the same, we're going to use a try catch. We're going to copy it from here. Now in this, I'm going to say var id equals request dot params dot id. So you can just specify this so that we won't get an error. And along with that, name equals request dot params dot name. Okay, then after that the file path. Since we're going to use the file path, we have to define the file. I don't know why this came. Const fs equals to require fs, which is the file system. Now we're going to define the path. Const file path is equals to path dot join directory name. We're gonna then go to upload. Actually forgot what's the name. Uploads the folder and then the file. So we are now going to that file. Now we're gonna, in the file path, you're gonna get the entire path of that specific file which we have mentioned. For example, if it is 175 something like that, so this will represent the path in which the file resides. Now we're going to delete that specific file. How we're going to do that? By using the file system fs dot unlink. Okay, and here we're going to pass the file path and then async error if we get an error. Okay, if there is an error, then we're gonna send the same. And then we will close the connection. Press dot end. Oh, I forgot to give it a dot end here as well. Press dot end. Okay, now if there is no error, in that case, else const. So if there is no error, that means we have successfully deleted a file. So then we have to remove the specific record from the database. For that, we are doing this. Const db equals to await get db, and after that await db dot collection files info dot delete one, since we're going to delete only a single file. Here what we're going to do, so as I've told you, we're going to pass the id, right? So whenever we are going to do this get files operation, we're going to get this data, and here you can see we have a unique id over here. So we are passing that id to the delete api, and the delete api, we're going to receive it from this id part. Okay, so now we're gonna pass this id, but here is the thing, the id that we're gonna pass is not of type string but an object. For that purpose, we're gonna call the object id from the Mongo package. Object id equals require from MongoDB. Okay, object id. Now we're gonna copy this, we're gonna go down, a bit, and then yeah, here collection delete id equals to object id of new object id of id dot to string. Okay, and after that res dot status 200 dot send deleted res dot end, and we are done. Something doesn't feel right over here. Okay, let's test this one and see how well it works. So we're gonna delete this file. I'm just gonna click on this, click on rename. Oh, let's just first go to the request. Let's create a new request. We're gonna just say http localhost 3001, and the same function we're gonna pass, make it as delete, and the same function we are going to call this one. Okay, files info, and then we're gonna go to this path. We're gonna just copy this name so that we don't make any mistakes. New request, not this one. Now let's restart the server. Require is not defined. What do you mean require is not defined? Okay, I used the wrong spelling. Okay. Now. Okay. For not found. Oh, okay, one more mistake. I forgot to give the path. So the path is delete. Go over here. It's deleted. You can see here, right? The file is also deleted. And if we just go to the Mongo and refresh it, it's also deleted. So with that, we are done with the backend section. We have written everything. So we have written the upload API. We have, where is that upload API? Yeah, here it is. We have written the upload API. We have written the get API, and we even have written the delete API as well. Now we're gonna move to the front end part. Okay, now that we are done with the backend part, let's move to the front end. So I'm gonna close this, and along with that, I'm gonna close all other files as well. Now we're going to drive, which is the front end, which is React. So here is the one which we are going to work on. So in this, we'll be totally using an external packages. So let's just switch the directory, cd drive. So here I'm gonna use Axios for APIs, and then SAS for CSS. Yep, that's it. So I'm not going to use any
other libraries like Bootstrap or Tailwind, because I think using a native CSS would give us more control over the design. Again, it's on individual preferences. I prefer to use a native CSS. Okay, so let's just work on, where's the cursor? Yeah, so let's just work on the file structure now. So here I'm going to leave those files as it is, and here I'm going to add some new folders. The first one will be assets. Here we're going to keep our images. When I'm saying images, it's related only to the front end, not the backend images. It has nothing to do with that. And then not inside this, in the source folder itself, we're going to add another page called folder called components. Okay, and then we are gonna add one more thing in the source folder itself. We're gonna call it utils. Some small stuff like APIs to grouping kind of stuff. Maybe we may not need it, but yeah, let's just create it and leave it for that now. Okay, so let's start with here app.scss. Just remove all of this. Okay, and then just go to app.js and remove all of this as well. We're gonna start from here itself. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna import our CSS. So before that, let's convert this into SCSS. So SCSS is just like a helper to CSS, which allows us to write a lot of functions and logics, and also it introduces a lot of other stuff which makes us to write the native CSS much easier. Okay, it's not like a framework like Tailwind or Bootstrap. So let's import this first, dot / because it's in the same root folder, we're going to say SCSS. Okay, and after that, let's just create a function app, and then here just return the div. Okay, and after that, let's just export it so that we can import in different files. So I'm not using the React router DOM here because there are no pages, there's just a single page, so I'm not installing the React router DOM. Yes, and one more thing that we need to install is the React icons. React -icons. Hope I spell it right. Yep, we got it. So let's just clear this. So now we are ready. Okay, let's just run let's just write here hello world, just to see like everything is working or not. Then npm start. So in this, we'll be mainly focusing on how to write the front end, how to write the styles. If you're not interested in it, you can skip this part. I have given the timestamps in the description. You can just go to whichever part you feel prefer. So this is going to take a lot of time. So while it's being done, let's just see like how do we work on it. So now let's just add the main stuff. So let's just check the design. So here we have on a side a small rectangle box, and then we have a large rectangle box. So we are going to do that now. So Let's go. Since we are going to the app.js, since we have already called the header, let's just change some stuff here. So let's just go down, and in this, let's write main, and inside of main, let's write aside, and then we're gonna write a section for the big box. So the side will be the smaller box, and the big section will be the big box, and the main will be the one which will hold all of those. Okay, so after that, so we have already called the header, the main, and the aside. So let's create a small object so that there is no need for repeat the style. Like let me show you what I mean. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna create an object of called tabs and represent each tab in the following as an object. ID is 1. Okay, the name will be all, and then the icon. So I have already fixed some icons, so I'm going to take those. So you know the drill, right? Like you have to go to the React icons, select an icon, click on that, you will get the link some similar to this. You just have to paste it over here, and you're going to take this icon and do something like this. Okay, and then the type will be all. So I'm gonna just let you know like why I'm doing it in a second once we implement the logic. So before that, let's just add some colors and heights to the main, aside, and section. So for that, we're gonna go to, where is that, app.scss. Okay, so in the app.scss, we're gonna take the main. Since we're gonna use only one main, it's fine. And then we're gonna say to display flex, and then we're gonna give it a height of 88 VH, and then a max height of 90 VH. So just to be clear, it's not meant like you have to do the same styling. You can do whatever you want. Some prefer to use percentages, some prefer to use something else like pixels. I prefer to use VH. You can do in any way you want. So along with that, in the aside, I'm gonna say it has a flex of just 1 since we need it to be small. Along with that, the background color would be something of secondary color, the color that we used in this. So we're using this color for the aside one. And after that, we're gonna set a padding so that they won't come close to each other. So we're gonna set it to 15px, and along with that, we're gonna keep the left and right as 0px. And then finally the margin, so that we could have a space between both of the blocks of 15px. And then finally, just for some curving structure, if they look sharp, they may not look good, so I'm gonna just give them a curve. So I'm adding border radius, and finally width will be on the content. Okay, so now let's just go back to this. So here I have added something called tab, right? An object, and in that I'm gonna add another object. Okay, so I'm gonna call it 2. So here let's call this images, and I'm gonna take the image. I think this is the one. Yeah, variable fill, and I'm gonna change the type to images. Okay, so here in app.scss, you could just go to a side, we have to write a small logic. So we're going to take an UL, unordered list, and inside UL you always have an li. So we're going to generate this li by using, we're going to generate the li by using the tabs. Okay, so I'll just show you what I mean. So let's just say tabs dot map item comma I is equals to this one. So in React we have the flexibility to use on click anyway, so we're going to use it in a second. So here what we're going to do is here we're going to pass the name and icon. So here I'm going to pass item dot, so we got the icon first and then the name, so we're going to do the same, nbsp at the rate nbsp sp and then we're gonna give it the name item dot name. Now let's see how it came. Yep, you can see here, right, all and images. There's still some work left to do, so that's the reason it's coming like this, but you can see, right, this all and images. We're gonna do the similar for the other stuff as well. Okay, so I'm just gonna take, I'm asking ChatGPT to do that, so it has given me what I needed, and here I go. ChatGPT makes our life so easy. Yep. So after that we need to style the main, this one. So here we're gonna go back to app.scss. In the aside section we're gonna just take the li and we're gonna set a padding of 10px, and then we're gonna say display flex align items center, while the cursor will be a pointer. Okay, and along with that an active, so whenever there's a click on that we have to make sure that specific tab remains active. So for that purpose we are placing a color on it. So var of primary color, no, I'm not getting it. Sometime var of primary color, and then we're going to set a border radius of 10px, and then a margin right of 10px, and then let's just go and check how it looks. Yep, it looks better now. Okay, so what else left to do? Yep, flex of one background color. I don't know why we are not getting background color. Okay, let's just move on. For now let's just add a hover effect as well for the left, so that whenever we place a cursor we can understand that the cursor has been placed. So background color we're going to make it white, and then the color will be, the text color will be black, and then finally because we have globally set the other colors to be the entire font color to be white, so if the background color is white you won't be able to see the font. So the margin right will be sum of 10px somewhere near. So let's see, you can see, right? So I think we're done with a side. Now let's just move to section. So the section will be a very broader one. So I'm gonna say flex of section will be 5. So when I say it, that means in a screen 5 times a single, one path of the screen will be taken by the side and 5 parts of the screen will be taken by the section. So why am I refreshing? We don't need to refresh. You can see here, right? Now I wonder why we are not getting the background image. Let's go. I think we have done some kind of mistake. What's wrong? Okay, let's just go back to code. Okay, flex of 5 aside. I think we took the name somewhere wrong. Secondary color app.css. Oh, sorry, I left the var. Oh my god. Now it should do. Yep, now it's working. Okay, now let's go for this one and do the same. The background color. Color will be white, and the overflow in the y direction should result in a scroll. Okay, and along with that we're gonna set the same padding of 15 px, and we're gonna remove the left and right paddings. We're gonna do the top padding, and then we're gonna set a margin of 15 px, and then finally a border radius so that it has a curvy structure. Let's see whether we have it or not. We didn't get it. Why? Okay, let's just continue this. So if we just go back to the design, so in this we have something else. This similar, we have a header over here which has an all, and whenever the tab changes we're gonna get the tab name over here, and then we have an add button as well. So let's do that. So in this section, let's go to app.js in the section. So we have already created this. So here let's just create a small function, useState function, useState class. So let's just say import useState hook, and we're gonna call it tab comma set tab equals useState initial as 0. In our case, I think initial as 0, and then we're gonna take so here we're gonna take on click, okay, and then set the tab not like this, and then we're gonna set the tab something like set tab of I. Let me show you what exactly I mean. So we're gonna go to section, and we're gonna create a small div. Let's call it header. Okay, and now in the h we're going to define a h3, and in that we're going to call the tabs, the tabs which we have declared on the top, this one, and then we're going to pass the I value, the tab value here. Okay, and then we're going to call the icon. So let me show you. Along with that, we're gonna do a small spacing here, and then we're gonna call the name here, dot name. Let's see. So if I just click on images, it becomes images. If I click on document, it becomes document. It click on videos, it becomes videos. Audio means audios, and others. Okay, so after that we have to, we are done with the header section. Now let's just create the lower body. I'm just gonna call it body as well. So here we have to display the icon. Since we don't have it yet, we're gonna leave it as it is. Okay, cool. Now let's just see. Okay, let's just see why we are not getting the background section. Background color var primary color. Because I think we are not applying enough height or anything like that. Maybe that could be the reason. Okay, let's just continue. Maybe we missed something. So let's go here. In the section we have given the flex of 5. The side we have given a height, max height 80 bh. Border radius section. Not really sure. Let's just do this. So I think we have to define some kind of items inside this so that we can see the color. Padding bottom 20 px. Along with that, okay, let's just check why we are not getting the color. This is the main, this is a side, this is section. This is section. Okay, it is occupied. So why am I not getting it? Am I using a wrong color? Oh, I'm using primary color. No wonder I'm not getting it. Secondary color. Now I'm sure we're gonna get it. See? Now we got it. Okay, let's then work on the header. So here you can see we have declared a header, right? So we're gonna work on the header styling now. So let's just call header, and then we're gonna give it a border bottom of 1 px solid var. So we're gonna give the primary color so that we can see it over the secondary color, and then we're gonna say display flex, and then justify content space between and then padding 0px. We are not giving any top or bottom paddings. We're just going to give the left and right paddings. You can see here, right? Now we have some look. Along with that, let's just style the body as well. So just to make sure these items come, so I'm going to style the body later. So after the items, like after we have added the icons, the categories, once they get fetched from the APIs, only at that time we're going to add the body style. So I think we have achieved what we want, except for the add button over here, which I'm going to add pretty soon. So like only for this functionality, rest of all the functionality doesn't work. Okay, so let's just add the other functionalities and categories, and along with that let's add rest of the icons as well. So if you remember, we have a button add over here, right? So when we click on that, we usually get a pop-up, and in that pop-up we'll be having the upload buttons. So before writing the upload one, let's write a common model here. Okay, so let's go to the coding section, and here let's just close all of this, and let's close this as well. There's too many stuff. Okay, so in the components we're gonna just create a new folder. I'm gonna call it model. Remember, we are not using any bootstrap here, so we have to create a model from the scratch. Node.js, and then finally model.scss. Okay, so with that we have created a model file and a JS file and an SCSS file. So let's do the same. Export default function model. We do have many extension that's autofills the data, but I prefer typing them, so that's the reason I'm doing it. If you want, you can autofill the data. And here we're going to create a section. Okay, and after that let's import the model style ./model.scss. We're done. So here we're gonna use a use state. So we're gonna call it model comma set model equals use state as false. So the initial value will be false. Now what's gonna happen? So a model, like whenever we click a specific button, at that specific time only a model should pop up. For that purpose, I'm gonna add certain elements over here. So first of all, let's add two elements. So the first one I would call the trigger. So the component, like a component, needs to be passed over here so that it could act as a button or a trigger through which the pop-up comes up, and the element. So this would be the data. Like if you click on that add button, the add button will be the trigger, and the pop-up that comes inside, like the upload button and the arrow and the upload name, will be the element. Okay, so now in the section, let's add a class called model. So we have to style it. So here let's add a section called model body. Inside the model body we'll be having the element. Okay, so here will be the element. So where will be the trigger, so it's gonna be over here. So I'm just gonna create a simple, and here I'm gonna give the trigger. So here I'm gonna call trigger, and if we have a trigger, and then we're gonna clone the element so that we can add an on click function to the trigger. So whatever elements that we send, so this clone element, this clone hook of React will make sure that it adds the on click event to that specific element. Okay, so here we're gonna go on click, so trigger on click, and that would be accepting a function. Okay, so here we're gonna set the model as true. So along with that, we need something to close, so I'm gonna take a close button, and I'm gonna place it over here. I'm gonna say a size of around 27, and that will be on click. So let's create a small function, const close equals set model false. So we can just pass it over here. Okay, so we are done with this part. Now let's jump into the and one more thing, let's just add an initial value here which will be always false, and also add a callback so that we know whenever the model is being whenever a model gets closed, we can send a send a signal that the model has been closed, because there are certain things that needs to be done when a model is closed. So for that purpose, if callback, so I'm gonna say callback false. Okay, so I just want, like, we have a specific need. So whenever a model is closed, we need to know whether the model has been closed or not. For the specific purpose, I have written this callback. Okay, now let's just go here and give the initial value here, because in certain case we want the model to be opened immediately without a trigger. So that's the reason I'm giving this as open. And here we have, like this, we have to place a condition that only if the model is true, in this case we can just simply do this, at that point only show this element, or else do not show that. Okay, so since we are done with this part, now let's go to the styling section. So here in the model, we're gonna open a model, we're gonna set it position to absolute. So since we don't have a relative, it will be relative to the body, the old HTML body. We're gonna set the left as 0px, the top as 0px, and then we're gonna give the height as web kit hyphen fill hyphen available. Okay, and the same goes for width as well. You can even give 100% as well, not an issue. And after that, the main thing is the background. So if you remember, if you're familiar with models, they have a slight faded black color. So that's what I'm going to reproduce over here. So we're going to use the RGBA. So here we're going to give the colors. So 0 red, 0 green and 0 blue, it will result in black color with an opacity of 0.7. That's what RGBA means. Along with that, we're gonna remove any padding that may be introduced by the browsers, and as well as the margin, just in case. And we will make sure that the elements are shown in the center. Align item center, and to make sure that it's always at the top of the stack, we're gonna set the Z index to 1000. So this will make sure that it's always on the top of the stack and not behind any of the elements. Now for the model body section, model hyphen body, we're gonna say position relative, because we're gonna introduce a close button. And I think position relative, I don't think so it needs to be relative with, yeah, we don't need a relative over here. We're gonna just need a border radius. I don't think we will need a border radius for this. Okay. Okay, just leave it like this, and we'll just go to the close class close. If necessary, we will be adding styling to the model body. So here we're gonna say position absolute. We want it to be in reference with the body itself, top 5px, so that we get a small gap and the user can click the button. Okay, so this should do it. Now let's see if this works or not. Let's go to the app.js itself, and in this, let's import the model. Let's import the model, and after that we just need to add the triggers. So let's just say here, just for demonstration purpose, I'll call the model over here. I'm going to say model, not like this. We're gonna say, we're gonna put a trigger which is of a div, and I'm gonna call it click. And then we have element. I'm gonna call the element as clicker. Okay, let's see if this works or not. So as you can see here, I have click. So now I got the clicker. So this is the model we're trying to create. So now it's kind of a universal thing, and we can, since we have made it as a component, all we need to do here is to pass a trigger element, and also what needs to be showed in the element. Okay, so when should a model pop up? Whenever we click, oh my god, I have you to click, I will just say it button. So when we click on the button element, the trigger will, I mean, in the trigger you can see it, right? The on click, the clone element uses the trigger and adds an on click to that. So it makes a copy of the specific element and adds an on click to that. So whenever the trigger gets clicked, the set model becomes true, and the element, this section will be shown, and the section, in the section we have the element. So that's the reason we are seeing the element. Okay, I hope it's clear. Let me show you one more time. So if I click on button, we get the pop-up, and here is the close button. So now we're gonna create the upload using the model. Now that we're done with the modal section as well, now let's create the upload. So if you remember, we have, whenever we click on the specific button, we used to get an upload. I mean, a pop-up will be open, and in that we have that upload thing where you can drag and drop the files and as well as upload the files by clicking on the arrow button, arrow icon. Yeah. So now let's just create that upload. So it will be also be created as a component. So I'm gonna name it upload. So as usual, we're gonna create two files in this. One is upload.js and the other one is upload.scss. Now let's just go to upload. Here, as usual, we're going to create a function, export default function upload, which will return, for the time being, just let's return a div. Okay. So since this upload will be triggered only when a button is being pressed, so we have to use this as a, we have to use the upload in a model. Okay, like we have to define a model inside this, and along with that we have to define the button and as well as the content that needs to be shown in the button when in the model. So let's import the model, and directly just we can use the model itself here, model. So here we're gonna give trigger, which will be the button. So let's say the button would be something like this. I'm gonna just give it like that, and I'm gonna do an add over here, and in this we're gonna add an element which will be a div with a class name of upload. We're gonna style it later, and then here we're gonna give something like uploading data. No, sorry, upload data. Okay, and now we have added the trigger and the button. Now I'm gonna import it in the header, because that's where we are keeping the button. So we're gonna import this in the header itself. So here I'm gonna call import upload, and we have, so we have local drive, we have, oh no, sorry, not this header, my bad, not in this header. I was talking about this header. So you can see here, right, the model trigger. So we're gonna remove this now, and here we're gonna import the upload. So yeah, we can write the upload logic here, but just we have the because we have an option for making components and then importing them in React. So that's the reason I am writing every small thing as a component, so that we can have a level of, what we call that, we have a level of differentiation. Okay, moduling kind of format. So you can see here I have created upload. So we since we didn't style it, it's not looking the way we want it, but yeah, this is how it looks. So now I'm going to click add, and you can see it, upload data. Okay, now we're going to close it, and let's just go to upload, and here is upload.css. We're going to import it, and then we're gonna say, okay, there's no need for us to go out of the folder. Upload.scss. Okay, so we're done with this part. Now let's say here we have a button. Let's give it a class name, add button. Okay, so we have two different types of uploading here. So one is by clicking. So let's create that here first of all. So that would be input of type file. So which means it's gonna take everything. I mean, it's gonna take, so not everything, it's gonna take files. And since we are not defining any kind of accept parameters, so it will accept any kind of items. Okay, it's not gonna, like, if you say accept images, image, and put a star, so it's gonna accept every kind of images. Since we are not defining the accept itself, it will accept only images and every kind of images. Since we are not defining any accept over here, it will accept any kind of file. So let's give it an ID. So I will tell you why I'm giving you an ID right now. And now if we just go something like this, like we have left it for this, we have left it like this. So let's go here and click on add. You will have something like this. You can click on choose file, you'll be having this. Okay, but we need to style this one, so we cannot style this choose and file button. So what we are going to do is we're gonna hide it. Okay, so if we hide it, how we are gonna use that one? So for that purpose, we have something called for, and it only works for label. It's one of the drawback, but yeah, it's only work for label. So I mean, we can then style the label as well, right? So we're gonna simply say HTML, just go with HTML for, we're gonna pass the label over here. I mean the ID of that specific input. Now, if I just oh my god, if I just give something in the middle of here, like say press to upload. Okay, and now I'm just gonna go back, refresh this so that you guys can see upload. You can see press to upload, and when I click on this, we're gonna get this upload. Okay, so let's go back into the code. So here we have defined the upload, and now what's gonna happen when we upload the sum? For that specific reason, we're gonna keep an on change handle click event. Okay, so in the on change click event, we need to pass some kind of file. So for that, we will be passing const handle, no, not handle, upload data. Let's call it upload data, or just upload anything is fine. And here we can write anything. Just a second. Yeah, const upload, let's just call it upload, and in that e, this is where we have every elements that, I mean the data of all the inputs, the blob data and everything. So we're going to call e dot prevent default. This will prevent the submission, and after that we're going to just say const drop file, or you can just call file equals e dot target dot files. Okay, and after that we have to give this file, we have to keep all of these files in a specific variable, and we're going to create an array of that, since we can have a multiple files. So we're going to simply say drop file. Okay, and after that we're done. So now let's write an other function through which we can send it to our database. So async since we're going to use an API. Here I'm going to give file. I'm going to call it upload file. I'm going to give file. And in this, I'm going to pass const form data. Since it's a WL URL encoder, we have defined it in such a way in the API section. So we're going to just say it form data, new form data, and we're going to close. Okay. And after that, we will send these files to this new files to this. So here we have to define a key in which these files will be uploaded. So I'm gonna send the files as not as an array, but with the same key values so that different objects can be created. So I'm gonna say files form data dot append, and the key which we're going to use is something that we have declared in our backend code. Okay, why am I getting an error? Okay, this one. So this is what this will go over here. Okay, and after that we have to define the key. So for that we just need to go back to server, and then we have to go to server.js, and we have to search for upload, get files, upload. Yeah, upload. So what is the key? Uploaded file. So we're going to take it over here and paste it here. So once we kind of put the files, the array will be sorted, and each array will create an object. I mean, each array will have a key with uploaded file. Okay, each object will have a key, uploaded file, and then the file. And then when we send it to the backend, our Node.js, then it's gonna upload. I mean, each blob will be taken from the array, and then an image will be created, and it will be saved in the upload folder, and data will be inserted. So along with this, we have to send some more items. I mean, the files and file names, which will be taken in the backend itself. So this is what we're going to send, nothing more. So in the backend itself, we are depending on the extension. We are defining what kind of a file is this. So there is no need for us to send the type of file here either. Since we are not started the API section, let's leave it for now. Now, this is good. Like this works for, let's just say, now I'll just simply log files, which we may not be able to form data, which we may not be able to see. We won't be able to see it. But even though, just to see like we are reaching a specific point, I'm gonna just log the form data. Okay, and after that we're gonna go to this, just refresh a bit, add, press to upload. I'm gonna cancel this once. Inspect, console log. I think I forgot to give key somewhere. So let's say this file. So you can see, right, the form data has been triggered. We can't see this data because there is a specific way to fetch the form data, which we haven't done. But just to know that the loop, I mean the program is reaching till the upload section, I have just written the console log. Now let's style this one. So we'll write the API end later. Now let's style this. So let's go to CSS. So as you remember, okay. So let's go back here and see. So as you can remember, our main class is the upload. So we have to style it in according so that the specific block could be displayed. So we're gonna just simply say upload and copy it. So here we're gonna give a height of 400 px and a width of 450 px so that we could get a small rectangle kind of stuff and a border radius. This styling is your choice. I just do it in my way. You can do it in yours. So I'm gonna keep a border style. I'll just leave that. Right, to keep border style. Okay. So after that, we're gonna just say display flex direction. I want every of them in a column format. Then align item center. Since it's a column format, this will be vertically centered, and justify content will horizontally center it. Yeah. So justify content will vertically center it, align items will horizontally center it. Okay. And then we're going to give a background color, which will be a primary color. What is this? Which will be a primary color. Hyphen color. Okay. So we have, we have done with this part. So let's just go and check like whether it looks like that or not. So you can see you have a box over here. Now let's do this part. If you just go to React icons, we have to select an upload button. Let's just select upload. So let's go for something. This one looks good. Yeah, let's use this. So I prefer to use icons more than images. So again, it's on personal choices, individual preference. My preference is always icons for this kind of small tasks. So yeah, press to upload. So here we're gonna place the icon here in the label itself. Let's just remove this and not this. Lu upload. Yep, we got it. And then let's give it some color. So I'm gonna just say blue. And then here I'm gonna give a size of 32. So that kind of looks good, big and good. And then we will just give a text here calling upload sources or files, anything. I'm just gonna say sources. Let's go back to this, refresh. Now let's click on add button. Okay, we are not aligned. Let's go. Let's check why we are not aligned. So this is the SVG, this is the upload, this is the upload source. Okay, now that's strange. We did not get our upload characteristics. Are we upload this upload.scss? Yeah, we did. Okay, we have defined, no, we have defined it right. HTML div class upload. Wait a second, but we did get the block right. Okay, let's do here. My bad. I just got confused between this and that. So upload line item center. This is also center, then why it's not center. Let's just do text align center. Yep. Let's do a text align center as well. And we have now when we click on this or anywhere near this, we can upload our files. So I think now we need to do the styling for the add button. Let's go and do the styling for the add button. I've given it a class of add button. So upload.css, we're gonna click on add button, and then let's style this one. So we're gonna remove all the borders. Border as none. Background color will be primary. That's the same as this one. And then we're gonna keep the text, the button text as white. We're gonna give it a padding of around 18 px. The top and bottom and right and left will be around 15 px. Then we're gonna define the width of 100 px, and then the border radius, so that I like curves, so I'm keeping curves for everything that's possible. And then height will be fit content, so that we don't have that big button. And then finally we're gonna give it a, yeah, let's see, and let's go. We got the button. Still feels like something is missing, so let's give it a shadow, box shadow. So 0 px, so that it could envelop everything, like it surrounds, so that it surrounds the entire button. So the spread radius will be something 4 px, and the width will be 2 px. And after that, let's just say gray with a fade. It will be as much fade as possible. Okay. So this is the opacity. We can adjust it according to our needs. So yeah, we got the add as well. So now if we click on add, you can see we got the upload sources button. Let's start with the APIs now. So as you know, we have around 4 APIs. Let's close all of this. So for upload, let's close everything, and server as well. We just go to the server, so you can see how many APIs we have. Ignore this one, this is for a completely different purpose. So we have get files, we have delete, and then we have upload. So we have just 3 APIs. For that, we're going to just create a small file so that we can keep all the APIs in a single place. So we're going to call this api.js. Okay. So in apis.js, we're going to define the APIs. So here, why is this? Yeah, const URL. So we have to define the base URL here, so that our APIs can connect to that specific URL, and then we're gonna define the path. What was the port that I have given here? Port 3001. Okay, so this is the base URL, and then after that we're gonna give the path. So the reason why I'm doing this, because in future if you want to change, you can just simply change it over here and it's applicable to everywhere. So we're gonna save it get files. Okay, and URL plus the path. So what is the path over here of getting files? That is something like this, get file. So we're gonna just simply call get files here, and then we have upload. As upload, let's call the component upload. So let's just maintain the casing logic. So URL plus, so what's the path for upload? It would be something like this. So we're going to call the upload here. And then finally we have delete URL plus delete forward slash. Okay, so here we have one more thing, and that there's one more API that needs to be defined, but we're going to speak about it later. So I'm gonna export this logic. We can write this in a JSON file as well, but we cannot define a base URL in the JSON file, so that's the reason I have written it as a JS file. So now let's go to this. So we have to write our API logic in the upload file section. For that, I'm gonna call Axios, which we have already installed at the beginning. We did, right? Axios, yeah, we do have Axios. I think my filler is not working properly. Yeah, we have Axios. Nice. So here, since in the server you can see we have the post function, so we're gonna use the post function in Axios as well. So we're just gonna call. So before that, just write a try catch so that application doesn't break. Catch e open, and if we get an error, I'm just gonna simply show an error stating upload failed. Okay, so in this we're gonna write the logic. So var response equals to await Axios dot post. Okay, so you can write post form or just post, anything is fine. Then we're gonna call the API. So we have imported the API dot upload. So in future, if at any point you have changed the path, all you need to do is change it over here. So if we change it over here, since this is not going to change, this will call this the API which you have keeping over here. Okay, API.upload, comma, not here, comma, form data. Okay, here we have to define the headers, because I mean it's not like mandatory. Axios generally does it by itself, but just in case we're going to define it anyway. So this will be multi-part form data. So multi multi-part / form hyphen data, multi-part form data. And there may be a question to you like, why are we using an Axios when why can't we use a fetch? So as I told you, for whenever a file is uploaded, we have to show the status of its uploading. So in fetch, we don't have any functions for that, but in Axios we have, which is called on upload progress. So in this we will get the progress. So I'm gonna just say progress. Okay, so here how do we set the progress? Let the percentage of the progress is equals to math dot round. We're going to round up the value. We may just get some decimals value, so we're going to just quantize them. Like if it is above 5, we'll make it 91. Suppose it's 90.6, we're going to make it 91, and if it's 90.4, we're going to make it 90. So that's the reason we're going to use the math round. So along with that, to get the percentage, right? So the loaded data, I mean actual by divided by the total into 100. So we're going to do that same. So progress dot, so you can see we're already getting the autofill dot loaded into 100. So this is just a basic percentage formula. Progress dot total. Okay, we can get a decimal value, so that's the reason we are using the math dot round, so that it rounds up the value. So now we have got the progress. So what should we do now? So now we have to make sure that progress is being reflected on our UI. For that purpose, I'm going to use a useState hook. I will call it upload percent, and then comma set upload percent equals u equals use state, and here it will be initial value 0. Okay, and after that, once we get a response of response dot status is equals to 200, like the data has been uploaded, so we're gonna just simply alert uploaded successfully. Okay, so and now we're gonna set the percentage error. We're gonna set upload percent will be this percent. Correct. So now let's go and define the logic here. So we have to pass that upload person, like we have defined the upload person, right? So we have to pass that upload person in a progress bar. Okay, so let's go here. Let's see here. So let's just like divide each file so we can understand. So this is the upload logic. So this is before uploading. So whenever, so we're gonna write a small logic here. So since it is all, so let's just do one thing. Let's wrap this entire thing in a single div. Okay, so that we can differentiate. And now we have to write a logic whenever the upload percent is greater than 0. That means we have started the uploading. At that point, we have to show a different UI completely. That we're going to do it in a minute. Else, we have to show this specific part of the UI. I'm going to paste it. So I'm using the ternary operator here. So that is much, but it's a bit clear. So you can see. So in this div, we're going to write the logic through which whenever the upload is happening, we will show a UI. So it's more like not a logic, it's more like, what would you say, the upload data. So here I'm just gonna simply use the thing. So here, if the upload percent is equals to 100, then we have finished the uploading. So that's the reason I'm gonna show uploaded, else uploading. It's such a simple logic stuff. And then we're gonna go here and say progress. We're gonna use the progress bar. Okay, and then we're gonna define the value of the progress bar as upload percent, and how much the max value will be, it will be 100, right? So since we're doing the percentage formula, it would never cross 100. And then finally we have h4. We're going to define the upload percent. We're going to show like how much percent is uploaded, and we're going to say percentage. Let's just see if this works or not. Let's go. We're going to refresh this. So before that, let's go back to this. Let's open a new terminal. We have to run our backend as well, or else this is not going to work. So we're going to go to cd server, right? Yeah, cd server. And then we're going to say node server.js. It's taking a lot of time. Yeah, the server is started. Now we're gonna just do a small refresh, and now we're gonna click on add, upload, see some big file. Yeah, let's do this. It's a big file, so you can see the upload progress. Upload successfully. So we have uploaded. And once we click on OK, you can just simply click on this stuff like the cross button. Nothing will happen, but later on we're going to change that as well. So just to check whether the file is uploaded or not, we can just go to uploads and we can see the file here, right? So we can, if we just go to the Atlas, we need to check whether the record has been inserted or not. So we're going to just go to drive, and then we're going to the collection files info, and you can see it has been uploaded. So you can see the date, right? So today is 2/7. So yeah, everything like whatever we wanted is here. So that means we have successfully implemented the upload functionality. Okay, now that we're done with the uploads, let's start writing the files code. Okay, so as we know, we have all images, documents, videos, audios, and others. So now we're going to write those files. Now we're going to display them. That's what we're going to do. So let's go back to drive, source, and here in the components, I'm going to create another folder and I'm going to call them categories. Okay, and inside that I'm going to create a file .js, along with that the styling. So this is the main part of a program, of a project. So let's create. So first we're going to create categories. Okay, and then in that we're gonna return a div. So we're gonna export these categories. Okay, and along with that we're gonna create some subcomponents for all of these files. So for instance, like we have how many images, documents, video, audio, and others. So for all of this, we're going to create a single component. So let's create images equals to, we're going to just open it and close. We're going to do the same for the rest. So then we have videos, and we have documents, and we have audio, and then we have others. So if you remember, in the app, the tab section, if you just go here, then expand this, yes. So in the tab section, whenever you click on a specific tab, that tab index will be set in the tab here. Where is that? Yeah, here. Okay, and basing on the tab, we are deciding what value is being shown on the top. Okay, so here what we are going to do is that we're going to use the same logic, and depending upon what data we received, we're going to decide which item to be shown. For example, if we have selected all, which is 0, okay, so in that case we will be showing all the elements, not just single element. If it is what say like it's an image, then we will be passing the image, and then we will be getting only that image one. Let me show you like what I actually meant. So here I'm gonna create a file called type. Okay, in this I'm gonna write a switch case. Okay, so switch type And in this, I'm gonna write the case of images. Just remember, this should be as same as this. Okay, I'm sorry, this, the type. Okay, okay. I don't know how that happened. Type. So this will be the same as this one here. So case images. In that case, we're gonna return what? Image. We're gonna return the image component. So inside the image component, I can write image, right? Just for the showing purpose, I'm gonna just fill this with words so that you can see how they are getting changed. Documents, audio, others. Okay. Now we're gonna repeat the same thing for the rest of the tills as well. So case, and then we're gonna have a default case as well, right? Let's just go here a bit. Image, case and image. So we have 4 categories, and finally we have a default. So we all know what holds the default, which is nothing but others. So whenever there is a file that doesn't have any of the specified extensions in the backend, then we're gonna put it to others. So we're gonna do the same. Images, documents. We're gonna place documents here, then video, audio is small, videos, and then audio. Is it yes? No. Video and audio. So the same, we're gonna take the document, we're gonna put the document over here, and then for the videos, we're gonna put the videos over here. For the audio, we're gonna put the audios over here. So now what we're going to do, we're gonna import this. Okay, so we're gonna categories, we're gonna import this. And now how are we going to decide which type of file enters? We just have to pass the type which we are going to give here. For example, if I say audio, it will give us the audio. So why am I getting other string? Why is it others? Oh, sorry, it's not sorry, it's type. Okay, type. So the default one was audio, so it has shown the audio. Now we're going to get the audio. So default one is the others, so it's shown the others. Now, since I have passed the right key this time, I'm getting the audio. So how are we going to use this? So if you remember, in our Mongo, we have a doc type. So what we're going to do is that we're going to pass the doc type by calling the get all API, get files API. And after we get the doc type from it, we're going to pass it to the categories. So let's do that. So this is something that needs to happen at the beginning. So we are going to write a use effect hook for this. Okay. So let's write the use effect hook over here. So I want this to activate whenever there is a change in the tab as well. So I'm going to pass the parameter tab. Dependency is not the parameter. So I'm going to pass the dependency as tab. And then finally, we can clear it or we can leave it, not a big issue. Since this is never going to be, I mean, the component will not be unmounted at any time. So I'm not going to clear it. So now let's write a function const fetch equals async over here, and then we're gonna write a try catch, and inside that we're gonna say an alert if something went wrong. Just a standardized message. Okay, and then here we're gonna write the APIs. So as usual, I'm gonna set. So if you just remember our get files is, so if you just go back here, just go here as well. What is that? So uploads. So yeah, let's go here pretty much. Get files. So if you remember how a get files is, so we have to pass a body of doc type and the type of the file. Okay, like what files are we trying to get? Are we trying to get all the files, or are we trying to get only the audio files? Those kind of parameters we need to pass. For that purpose, since we have to pass a data of type JSON, so we're gonna define the data here first. Okay, and then what was the key that needs to be passed? We can just check it over here. So it's the doc type. So we're gonna say doc type. So let doc type is equals to, so at that moment what tab we have selected. So we're going to take the tabs, and then we're going to pass the variable tab, and from that we're going to pass the. Okay, so now we have the data with the key name. Now let's go for the Axios. The API hit var response await Axios. So that's a post function, right? Post operation. So that's the real post. And now here we're going to pass the API dot get files, and then comma data. So by default the headers is always application JSON, so you can either give it or ignore it, not a big issue. And that's it. Now we're going to check for the status. If response dot status is 200, that's what you're sending, then let's just, for the time being, let's just print the data and see whether we are able to get the data. Response dot data. Okay, now I'm going to call the fetch over here. So whenever there's a change on the tab, the fetch API is called again. So let's refresh it. Okay, I got the issue. So I have by mistakenly kept square brackets instead of parentheses. So it has taken the fetch as a dependency, and we got that error. And I'm pretty sure now it's going to be fixed. It's fixed. Okay, console, we have to console it one more time. And we're getting one more error. Child. So we're getting double time. So we're getting the data. Okay, so let's just clear this and let's go for images. It's empty. And then we have documents, then it's empty. Video is also empty, but we have kept a file, so we should get an audio. See, so it's working as we have expected. So now let's go and insert the data over here. For that purpose, we're gonna use another use state hook, and I'm gonna call it files, comma set files. Use state of empty. Then we're gonna set the files to response data, and now that data will be available for us. And along with that, let's fix that thing issue. Okay, here. So I'm gonna just say something like tab plus I, so that that error of key also goes away. Now here I'm gonna use the files, okay, and then I'm going to use a map here, item comma I, and here I'm gonna pass the categories, and in the categories, instead of a single item, since we need all of that, we'll be requiring all of that, so I'm gonna pass the entire item and I'm gonna change it to item. And then we're gonna go to categories, we're gonna change this into SRC, and we're gonna say sort type. Okay, so along with that, let's just say yeah, this should do it. So let's go here, refresh it. Actually, we don't need to refresh it, we're just going to go all images. So images, we have nothing, document nothing, videos nothing, audio we have this, and then in all we have others as well. So if in this, say now we have audios, in this we are able to pass the specific source. Yes, we are doing prop drilling over here since we don't have any state management installed to this, so we are doing the prop drilling. And here we're going to call the SRC, and in the SRC we're going to take its name, SRC dot name. We have it, right? We have a key of name. Oh, sorry, it's actual name. Okay, let's take the actual name. Okay, if I just refresh it once. Wait a second, we are getting others. Stop audio. Oh, let me check. Go wrong. Let's console log this and see what happens. Okay, sorry, we have to use the keyword doc type, right? So no wonder it wasn't working. So let's say, yeah, now we got it. Atomic habits.wav, atomic habits.wav. So both the files have the same action name, so that's the reason we are getting like this. So let's do one thing, let's add one more file so that we can differentiate. Let's add this one, uploaded successfully. We're gonna close, we're gonna go to all. So until we do not refresh, yeah, got the issue. So I think you have noticed that until we do not refresh, the documents are not showing up. So let's fix that in a moment. So we have the documents, we have all, we have documents, and we have audio. So we are getting the files as we need. Okay. So I think we are done here. Now let's do the same for the rest of the stuff as well. And now we're going to add, instead of the names like this, then we're going to style it. Okay. So I've already set some icons for each of them. I'm just directly pasting them here. So each of the item has each of the icon. Now, no, no, this one. Now we're just gonna simply pass this icons here as well. Instead of this entire div, I'm just gonna pass which icon do we have here. For image, oh, for image it's a bit different, so I'm just gonna say image. For videos we can pass a solid video, and we're gonna give it a size of 100. We need it a bit bigger. And while coming to documents, I document chart, the same size of 100. And then for audio, we're gonna say MD audio file. The size will be 100. And finally, we have others. Yeah, it can't fit. The size will be of 100. Now we're going to get these icons in place of the text. You can see here, right? Audio. And if we go to all, then we have this. This is a document. Okay. Now that we have fixed the icons and everything, there's still one more thing that needs to be done here, and that would be adding a different function, adding functionality for each of these icons. For instance, instead of showing like for the image, we are not showing anything. So for image, we have to show a small snapshot of the image. For the document, we have to define what kind of a document here it is in the center part. And for the photo, whenever we click on it, for the audio, whenever we click on it, it should play the audio file. So we're going to do that in a moment. So now that we got our icons as well as the data, but if you have noticed a bit, there is no way that we're gonna get the file from this JSON data, right? So how are we going to get the data? So all of our files are in which folder? That is the upload folder. So if I just go to the server, so all of our files are in this upload folder. So we need to fetch this folder. So how are we going to do that? Simple. We are just gonna serve this uploads folder in the as a static. Okay, so how are we going to do that? It's pretty simple. The same way most of the static files are being served on a server, on a web. So what we're going to do is we're gonna say app dot use, and then we're gonna define a specific path to it, files. Okay, remember, since this is a local network, that's the reason we are serving the files directly. If it's in public, we have to keep some kind of protection to it, or else anyone who has this file URL can access that file. Okay, so now what we're going to do, we have just defined a path called files, and then we're going to say express static. Okay, so like we are telling express that on this path, whatever the files that are being asked, like after a forward slash, whatever the images that are being, the data, the file, if the path matches the file, serve that file. That's what express static means. Okay, let me show you. So we're going to join the path. We're going to define which path this is, path dot join, and then we're going to give the directory name comma, and then which folder. Since the folder is within the same, like it's within the root file itself, so that's the reason dir name and directly uploads. In case if it's in a folder with a subfolder, you have to define that subfolders as uploads. Okay, now we're going to serve this up. Now we're going to serve these files. Okay, so let's just test that whether we're getting that or not. So let's just up this a bit, and okay, let's close this for a while. Clear. Now we're gonna restart the server. So let's go to this localhost 3001 files, and then we have to define the path. So what would be the next path? It would be the file's name. So here we're just gonna take it, rename it, copy this file's name, and then we're gonna paste it over here. So the moment I hit the URL, the file, the server will fetch the browser will fetch that file from the server, and it should be able to play here. See, we got the file. So now we're going to use the same logic in our devices as well, in our code as well. So if you remember, I told that we have one more API that needs to be added, and it's nothing else but the files API. So the same thing, files dot URL plus files / and then the path. Okay, so if we just go back to categories, where is that? Categories, yeah. So if you just go back to categories, for image we haven't kept anything. So for that reason, what we're gonna do, we're gonna import APIs here. And now, as you know, we have the file name as name. So all we're gonna do is in the source place, we are already sending all the, like for example, if it's an image, we're already sending the entire data to this source folder, like this source object. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna simply say source is equals to, this is the image source through which whenever you pass a URL, the image kind of displays. So now what we're going to do is, now we're going to take the base URL, like from the API dot files. Now we have the base URL. All we have to do is just add the name in front of it. I hope I have kept the, let's remove this package.json, it's not required. Yeah, I kept the / so we can do this. Okay, so now let's just go back to our server, to our client-side code. So since we haven't uploaded any images, we may not get an image. Okay, let's just upload an image this time. Do we have an image? We have an image. Let's upload this one. Upload it successfully. We're gonna just refresh it. We're gonna fix read properties of undefined name. Oh, that's strange. It is name, right? Oh, sorry, we haven't passed the source to image. Okay, I thought we have done it for everything. We have to repeat the same step for everything. As well as for the others. Now if we go, see, we're getting the image, but it's kind of big. So let's fix that. So I'm just gonna say a width of 50, maybe. No, I know it's gonna be very small, but yep. Let's just say 100. Okay. Now we got the 100. So now that we have done that, let's like add the rest of the properties. Like for example, we have to add the docs over here, and then we have to add, whenever we click on a file, a pop-up should appear and the play button should come, like the player should be visible, the browser player. So let's do that as well. So before writing actions for each of the icons, let's just understand which icons require action and which of them doesn't require action. So for images, we may require action. By clicking on the image, we can just expand it. And then we have an audio. So the browser does support an audio player. So when we click on an audio icon, then it should play. And then the videos can also be played. So by clicking on the video icon, it should be played. And then comes the documents. So yeah, documents, we can either show them in a new tab or we can push them to download. Well, most of the modern browser does support PDF. So yeah, any PDF file can be opened in the browser, and any files that are in PDF can be downloaded directly. And then we have the others, which does not have any kind of action on them because we do not know what kind of files are those and what do they actually do. That's the reason they went to others. So let's start implementing with others itself because it has very less work to do on it. Okay, let's do one thing. Yeah, we have others over here. So let's wrap them in a div. And let's give it a class. Say the class name will be, let's just write C, which defines categories, other. Be much simpler for us. And then we don't have much to do in this. So what we're gonna do, we're just simply gonna add the name below. And that will be src.actual name. Okay. So whenever we upload a file which do not have the extension that we have defined, then it will be shown by this icon. Let's just test it out. So I'm gonna just go to add, upload sources. We have a zip. Oh, this is DaVinci Resolve. It's a lot. Do we have anything? Yeah, this one. Let's install this one. So it's getting uploaded successful. Okay, then we're gonna close it, refresh it, so we can see it over here, the others. So if you go to the others, I don't know why it's not working. Let's fix that too. Yeah, let's fix that too. So you can see it over here. Okay. I don't know why is this not working. Okay, let's just fix it later. So usually we do have some bugs. So yeah. So now what do we have? We have a audio. So let's do the same here as well. But in this case, since we need a pop-up to show the audio file that needs to be played, so we are going to create a model inside this. So let's import the model first. Import model, our custom model which we have written, and then we're gonna add the model here. So the model requires what? So the model requires a trigger, which will be our icon here. That's right. So icon is gonna be the trigger, and then here the element will be the audio. So we have an audio tag in HTML that once we pass a source to it, it can play the audio. Controls, and then here we have to pass the source. Okay, and then we have src URL plus src dot name, the same thing which we have done for the file source. So not URL, API, we have to take the base URL, right? Dot files plus src dot name. Okay, so to be honest, like we can create a, instead of using API dot files every time, we can just create a variable called URL as well. That's not actually a bad idea, but since we're doing API dot files, let's leave it like that. So let's just format this one so that it could look much better. Okay, I think we're done. So since we have two audio files here, let's click it. Yeah. Not sure. Okay, I have my micro fixed in it.
Put practically, how do we make cues obvious in our day-to-day lives without moving house?
One really effective.
Cool, it's working. So we can close this here as well. So then let's do the same thing for image. So we're gonna just take this image and then we're gonna add model here as well. Okay, and then we're gonna add the trigger, and then we're gonna make the image as the trigger, and then in the element we're gonna do the same. Okay, but we're gonna increase the height to we're gonna increase the height a bit more. So let's do that with the help of CSS. Or I think we can skip that part. There's no need for us to use the CSS. Yeah, let's do one thing. Let's define both height and width over here itself. 500. Height also 500. So this kind of becomes a square. See? Or maybe I shouldn't do that. So I'll remove the height so that it auto fits depending upon the width itself. Yeah. Okay. And after that, we can do the same for video as well, since video also has the option to play. So we're gonna just do for the video model. We're gonna close this. We're gonna add a trigger. It will be the icon itself, and then the element will be video, and on this video is the same. We take the source and add it over here, right? And after that you have to define the ratio. So I'm gonna make it a smaller one so that it plays on the mobile as well. Along with that, I'm gonna enable the controls as well, of the content controls. So if we upload a video, we should be able to see the video. Let's add a video here. Upload source, video have a video uploaded successfully. Okay, it happened in an instant, so it didn't take much time. So here we're gonna go refresh it. Yeah, here we have the video. You can see the icon, right? Now when I click on this, we're getting the video. Okay, let's close this. So yes, so after that, what we are left with, documents. So the document one is a bit tricky one, because most of the files are not openable in browser until we don't have an extension for that. We have an extension for that, but PDF files can be opened directly. So for that reason, we're gonna write what we call, so we're gonna write a logic which helps us to open the PDF in a new environment. I mean, in a new tab. That's it. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't know why I'm stuttering. It's not stuttering, it's stuttering. I don't know. Okay, let's just go to this now. So we're gonna create a div. So let's do one thing. Let's and close this like this, and now return this. We're gonna give it a class name of documents, but with a C, documents, and after that we're gonna say IO document sharp, its size of 100, and then let's just add the name as well. We have to style it so that the names are actually visible, so we're going to do it later. Src dot action name, and after that we're gonna add the click function. So okay, so before adding the click function, we have to do certain stuff as well. So we can write the click function over here, and I'm gonna call it on click equals to, here I'm gonna write a small function, const pdf open, because most probably it's gonna open only a PDF and rest of the files will be downloaded most probably. So for that we're gonna use window dot open is equals to API dot files. I mean, we have to pass the URL plus src dot name, the file name. So in which state, since we need it to be open in a new tab, we have to pass the blank argument. Okay, so on click we're gonna just simply say PDF open. Let's see if that works or not. So I think this is a document, right? Let's click on this. So since it's a docs, it has downloaded. I'm gonna delete it. Let's do one thing. Let's try to upload a PDF. I hope we have one. Yes, we have it. Uploaded successfully. Cool. And after that, we're gonna close it. We're gonna refresh it. So this one will be that. Yep. So we have added the functionality for each and every, like for an image, for a document, for all video, audio, and others. So the next step would be styling them, and there are some issues that needs to be addressed and fixed. We're going to do that as well. So now let's fix the body of this so that they all can come in a straight line. I mean, a vertical straight, sorry, horizontal straight line. So let's go to the coding section. So here we have, where is that, app.css, right? App.css. In this we have left the body, right? Now we have to do the body part. So here I'm gonna give it a small margin of 15 px. Okay, and then display flex. After that, flex wrap, so that it, when it doesn't have any more space, it can go to the next line. And then I'm gonna give a gap of 15 px to each of the element, and then I'm gonna tell it to start. I'm gonna make the content not in the center but to the start, so that when it moves to the next line, it doesn't come at the middle but at the start of the line. Let's go and see. You can see here, right? So now it's time to fix this item. So if you remember in the demo, as I was shown you, whenever you place your cursor on a specific icon, you can see a fade cover being placed on it, and on that you can see two icons which are download and delete. Now we're going to add a name below each of these icons, and along with that we're going to add that cover as well. Okay, so let's do that. And there are a few issues which needs to be addressed and fixed, so we're going to do that as well. So let's close this, and Oh, it's kind of looking messy. Let's give it some caps so that we can understand each one. And then boom. Okay, now it's better. So let's wrap each of the trigger in a div. And let's just call them with the underscore videos. The same will be done for the rest of the triggers as well. Since trigger is the one that's being displayed, so we're going to place that cover on the trigger itself. So we're going to take this and this class name, and then we're going to say c underscore image for this one as well. Document, we already done that. So let's go for the audio. We're going to place it over here. We're going to say c underscore audio. And then finally we have others. We have already done that as well. Okay, now let's do one thing. So we're going to create a component for the cover as well. So let's call that component cover. Okay. And in that cover, let's return a small div. This is also fine. So we're gonna call this cover. Makes more sense, right? Now we're gonna keep the two icons, the IO trash bin and the cloud. Let's go here. Cloud download, and along with that we need to write an on click. We're going to do that later. Now to the trash IO trash bin. So let's give it a size of 35 for both. 35 for both. Color white. Color white. Okay, so we would be requiring two functions over here. So one would be for the download. I'm going to just say download equals, and the other would be delete. What's wrong? Delete some variable because, oh, okay. Let's call it trash. So we're going to just add it in the on click, download, and then finally for this on click trash. Okay, now we're gonna place this cover in such a way that it's in the same it's in the same folder as the C image. I mean, in the same div as the C image, so that we can place it in the, so like we can do a position absolute and place the cover on the top of the icon. So along with that, I think it's better we use the source. Since we're going to create a function for download, we need the source details like the file name and everything. So let's just pass this source over here. Now I'm going to do the same for every trigger. So the videos trigger, so the cover will be in the videos trigger as well. Now where's the document? So in document it would be below here, and finally in the audio source it would be here, and in the picture card, to be honest, it doesn't have any action, but fine, here. So now that we're done with this, let's just go to categories and write a, did we import this? Hope we did. No, we didn't import categories. Import dot categories dot scss, and we're done. So let's just pull it over here. So we're going to take each of these class names. All of them are going to have pretty much the same style. So I'm going to just use a common style for all of this. Okay. And then we have C videos. Then we have C documents. So we need to place the name of the file below as well. So actually we have did that, but we can't see because of the height constraint. So we're going to fix this in the code here. Then we have C audio, and finally we have C others, comma dot C others, and then we will shift out. So now here we're going to write some stuff. So I'm going to say that each element will have a width of 100 px and a height of 120 px, and I'm going to say display flex. Okay, and after that flex direction of column. So I made sure that height is more than what we have given. So if you remember, we have given the size of icons as 100. So I made sure that the height is a bit more. Yeah, the size as 100, so the height is a bit more, so that we can actually see the file. And then we're going to change the cursor to pointer, so that whenever we place the cursor, it changes to, instead of to a hand rather than an arrow. And then we're going to make it position relative, because we are going to make it as position relative because the cover will be absolute to this. So let's see whether we got the names or not. I think we still didn't get the names, but that's fine. Since we have to fix the cover, we're going to work on that. I hope I have given categories. Yeah, I have given sizes for the. Now, usually the cover should apply only on the hover. For the demonstration purpose, we will write the cover logic here itself, and later on we're gonna move it to hover. Okay, so here the position will be absolute, the top will be 0px, and after that, no, top cannot be 0px, and the left will be 0px. You can just adjust it later, not a big deal. And then we, top will be 0px. Yep. Top will also be 0px because it needs to be absolutely cover the entire stuff. So the top will be 0px, and the width and height will be the same as the parent. Height also 120px. I'm telling you this again, you can change it in however the way you want. There is no specific rules that this should be like this. So I'm just gonna say it's gray. So I do have a light color, so I'm gonna just copy paste it over here. It is a very fade gray color. And then we're gonna say display flex, justify content so that both the elements space around, and then align items as center. Okay, let's hope this works. It should. Okay, now you can see, right, all of the elements are placed on the cards, so like it's a top of the layer. So what do I feel? This doesn't look good. Like white and white, they're not being visible much. Fine, let's do one thing. In color, we're just gonna simply say, since I can't change for everything, I'm gonna make them the primary, secondary color so that they're much more visible. Okay, they're not working. Oh, font. Sorry, it's fill, not font. Yep, now it looks good. Let's just give the cover a border radius so we don't have the sharp edges. Kind of gives. Now it looks better. I think we are done with this part. So all we need to do now is just call this entire stuff down here and give each of this element a hover, because whenever we hover that specific div, not just the icon, when we go near the div, this element should be shown. So I'm just giving it to the entire div. We're gonna say it to happen like this. Okay, and here we have to make sure that these elements are not visible. Display none. Okay, and after that we're gonna go here. It's gone. You can see. Now the biggest question is, why can't I see the name? So the cover is here. This will be stroke. Okay, find this ion. Okay, this is audio. Did I not pass the name? Let's go to, okay, we did not pass the name. Okay, that's a mistake. The action name. Let's see what happens. Oh my god, we're not getting the name. Well, that's strange. What was the key value again? Okay, it's small n. Okay, that's good. But why are these icons becoming small? Okay, I think it's because, yep, this headset is taking a lot of space. So let's do one thing, since we have given headsets everywhere. Yeah, let's style the headsets itself. Headsets, I'm gonna say width, inherit the width, and margin. I'm gonna remove the entire margins, 0px, and text align center. We're gonna say white space. Now wrap. So whenever there is an overflow and there's a lot of text, we're gonna hide it. And the text overflow, and the text overflow will be ellipsis. Cool. Let's go here. You can see here, right? Now the only thing that doesn't have an H6 is most probably the video and the image. Let's fix that as well. So let's take this H6, action name, video, and then we're gonna add it over here. And same we'll be doing it to the image. I think the image needs some fixing. It doesn't look good. All right. So maybe the image images. So instead of giving it, but we need to give some kind of right to it. What should we do with the image? Okay, let's do one thing. We're gonna write a different style for C images. The image, and that in that image we'll make sure that object fit and like it contains, and then we're gonna set the width to 100px and the height to 100px as well, forming a small square. And then let's see, yep, that's fixed. Now it looks much better. So there's one more thing that needs to be done, and that is keeping the type. So the psychology of money, it's a PDF, right? So a PDF should be shown. So let's do that. So let's go to the categories. Here in the video documents, we can see it here. So we have the icons. We have to push that specific name to top. So let's do the same. So we're gonna say okay, now since we are using the cover, this on click cannot work for this anymore. This on click needs to be placed. You cannot pass an on click to this. You have to put a span to it, and then okay, now this should work. And along with that, so we're gonna add a h4, and then we're gonna take the src dot type. Now the extension is a PDF, is it docs? Okay, and then we're gonna give it a class name of type. Don't worry, we're gonna use it. So here the same thing, we're going to take the documents, and then we're going to give it to the type class, and then finally, so there's something needs to be done here as well. So we're going to push the type to position absolute so that the name can be seen over here. Position absolute, since it already has the relative documents, so we can push it. So I'm going to say its color, it's going to be I think color black, and after that I'm going to make sure that everything is uppercase, and then finally top of around 30 px. Let's see if this works or not. It's not working, so we're just gonna take it. So this one's like type 30 px, top 30 px. What are we doing at line center? Text align center, not working. Okay, we gotta do a left. Left of 30 px as well. Oh, okay, yep. Let me just refresh this. So if I just go to others, I should have another images, documents, video, audio, this. So others is not working, so that should be shown. Let's see why it's not happening. Maybe we have given some kind of name somewhere wrong. See others, the default is others. So let's go to app.js. In the tab section, we have others. Okay, let's check the database. What we got. Documents, doc type, others. Oh, we got a capital O. Oh shit. That's the reason we got a capital O. Okay, let's just change this to capital O. And try refreshing it. Let's go. Yeah, now we got in the others as well. So now we have to write the logic to download and delete this items. So let's do that. So here we're going to go to categories, and then we're going to go to the function download. So the idea is pretty simple, guys. So what we're going to do is that we're going to create a fake div element, and then we're going to, not a div element. So we're going to create a fake anchor tag, and then we're going to create a click function, like a programmatic click function, so that we can download that specific item. Okay, so let's do one e dot stop propagation. Since this is we don't have an e here. So as you can see, since we are hovering an item, there are certain items that are clickable, like they have click actions. So what's going to happen is that whenever you try to click on the download, that click action also get activated. So we have to make sure that only one click get activated and rest of the clicks gets deactivated. For that, we're going to make sure that beyond this click, there is no more propagation. Okay. So after that, we're going to just simply say const response, and here we're going to fetch the URLs data. So which in this case will be just the file api dot files plus src dot name. Okay, so now this will create the URL and we're going to get the file, but we have to define that the response type is a blob. So in web, most of the data, like this kind of data, are transferred in the forms of blobs. Okay, So from this, okay, we have to write an async. So after that, we can create a variable called blob, and in this we're gonna create the blob in the form of an array response dot data const blob url equals to window dot url dot create object url, and then we're gonna pass the blob. Okay, and after that we're gonna get a link. From this we're gonna get a link, and then we're gonna say document dot create element. So like we can actually just simply pass a URL to that, and then we can kind of force it to download, but that's a complete different download. So later on when we have to implement some kind of security to it, then it's going to be a big problem. Okay, so that's the reason we are doing this. H reference equals blob URL. Okay, and after that we're gonna keep this as a.download equals to src.actual name. See, where we are passing the URL to H reference, and we are gonna set the name as an actual name itself, not the name that the file is being saved with in the server. Okay, and then a.style.display, this anchor tag should not be displayed, so we're gonna make it none, and after that we're gonna just append in the body dot append file a, and after that a dot click the click action, and finally after we have done the click action we're gonna remove it from the DOM tree. Okay, so let's check whether this is working or not. So I'm gonna go to all, refresh it once just in case, and after that I'm just gonna go to any of the file. Let's go for the image, click on download. Here we are downloaded. We just, if we just open it, you can see here. Okay, so the download is working. So now we have to implement the delete. So let's go and do that. So the same thing, we have to make sure that we stop the propagation so that the extra clicks will not happen, that the click function will not work. So here it's pretty much simple. We're just going to use the API. So let's write a try and catch here, and if something goes wrong, I mean if we went to the catch, just simply say unable to delete. This one doesn't work like this, it's not a function. Okay, and after that in this we're gonna use the same drill, where response equals to xeos dot delete, and here we're gonna use the URL API dot delete, and here we're gonna pass, like if you remember, we just go to the server. So the delete requires two parameters that needs to be sent. The ID parameter, so that it can remove the record from the MongoDB, and the name parameter to delete the file. So we are going to send both of those parameters. So here all we need to do is just say source dot ID plus we need another / and then plus source dot name. Okay, this should do it, right? And again, we can give the content type, or else we can skip it, not a big issue. And finally, if response dot status is equals to 200, only at that point we're gonna say alert deleted successfully, and after that we're gonna just do a hard reload or refresh location dot reload. Okay, so let's test this one as well. So let's delete the image so that it's clearly visible. We got another network error, access demons. So I have finally found the issue. So the thing is that I have forgot to add an await. So as a result, the promise never got resolved and we never got a response. I mean, it never went to this section. So I'm just going to remove this as well. Press, and now let's go to this, refresh it once, and let's delete this one. See, delete successful, and once we click on OK, it's gonna refresh, and here we got it. So I think we're done with most of the stuff. Let's just go into some configures, and for instance, here this is not working. Like when I'm clicking on this, the color should change. It's not happening. Let's see why is that. Let's go to app.js. Where is that? Yes, we have written a style for that, but it's not being applied. Okay, let's go to this, and here let's just say class name when I is equals to the number of the tab. In that case only we're gonna pass the class active, or else we're gonna keep it empty. So this should fix that issue. So when I click, you can see here, right, there's a color difference. Okay, and along with that is, let's just try to upload image. Uploaded successfully. Okay, see, we have an issue over here as well. So after the upload, the API needs to refresh so that the files here gets added, and also this gets removed. So let's fix both of those issues as well. So in general, like whenever you create an application, it's prone to have some bugs. So we just need to debug and fix them. So the first issue, which is the upload related, let's go to upload. So it's not refreshing, right? So what we're gonna do is that we are gonna write a callback function for, so that we can trigger a refresh whenever an upload is completed. Okay, so like whenever the upload is done, like we got a 100%, at that point we're gonna trigger this callback so that it can refresh the system. I mean, it can refresh, that's it. I mean, it's gonna rehit the API, to be more precise. So I'm just gonna call this function, and since the alert is kind of preventing us from, response of status is 200, that is preventing us from showing the progress bar, because the alert is like the highest order of the event. So that's the reason. So I'm removing that. From this we're gonna give refresh, And now in the app, we're gonna go to app.js, and the refresh is nothing but the fetch. So what happens is that whenever the refresh happens, whenever we have a status of 200 with the completion of the upload, then the callback function activates, and that refresh function is nothing else but the fetch. So fetch function recalls the API, it takes the current state, current tab data, and it's gonna refresh. Okay, so now we'll be able to see the file once it gets uploaded. So let's refresh this. So here we're gonna add a video. Upload failed. Why? Let's see why upload failed. But it's showing 100%. How is that possible? We don't need this one. Mongo. Okay. Refresh. It's gonna trigger this one. Okay, we wrote it in the wrong spot. No wonder it showed us an error. Even though it got uploaded, we never had a refresh like that. So let's try it one more time. So this time we're gonna upload a music file. So we're done. So if you just click, you can see it over here. So issue number 1 has been fixed. So the second issue, like if you just go to image, if you go to documents, the videos, the audios, and the others. So we have no others. Okay. Yep, I think we're done with most of the stuff. So we have an upload, we have created an upload. Yes, this one. So the upload is not getting resetted. So we have another issue, the upload is not getting resetted. So what should we do? So for that, so what can we do actually? We do have a callback, right? Yep, we can do that. So in the upload section, let's go to model. In this, we have a callback. So whenever we press the close, we have a callback. Let's use that callback. So we're gonna go to model, and then we have this close, right, which triggers on click. And it callbacks to false. Okay, we're gonna use this callback now. Let's go to upload again. Callback equals, we're gonna call it callback as well. So here in the function callback, there's a while if it is false, we're gonna set the upload percentage to 0. Okay, I think the function should start with capital. I'm gonna just make this one capital. And let's see if this works or not. So let's refresh it. Oh, there is no need for me to refresh it. So we can just click on add, upload sources. I'm gonna re-upload the image, upload it. So once I remove this, we got the image, and once I click on add, we got it. Okay, so we are done with most of the stuff. So we have created tabs, we have created an add button, we have created an upload source, we have created the drag and drop, and along with that, we have created the floating, the hover stuff with the download and the delete button as well. And we also created this. So we're done with most of the stuff. So the only thing that's left is to add the search functionality. So how are we going to do that? So the search functionality is pretty much simple. So you're going to type some name, some words like PSY, and whatever, like whenever this series matches with any of these names, only that specific file will be shown. So let's get into it. So the search functionality has to do with two components. The first one is the app.js, and the second one would be header, since the search is in the header. So it's pretty direct. So we're gonna write a callback function over here. So we're gonna say search, okay, and here on input, on change, on this event, we're gonna pass the search, okay. And now in app.js, we're gonna go to the header section, and here we're gonna write the search. So we would be having an event. So let's just print the event. So how are we going to fetch the value? So we're going to get it from event e dot target dot value. Okay, so this is going to give us the values, and then we have search, and we're going to place the search here. Okay, cool. And now let's just check. I'm going to just open the console. So we have an error. I don't know what it is. So we're going to type something. You can see ASDQW. We're getting that. So now let's write the logic for the search. So the logic is pretty simple. So we're going to use the combination of filter and includes, and depending upon that, we're going to set the results. So let's do that. So first we're going to create a const. So not the const, it changes a lot. So let filter the value. Filter, like we're filtering the data, right? So I'm just calling that filter value is equals to files. Okay, so where are we getting all of the data? So it's in the use state hook variable files. So I'm gonna just check in this files dot filter. So what filter does that? Whenever a condition matches, it's gonna return us that specific array data. Okay, so whatever condition, like it's just not the first condition. If there are more than two, it's gonna return us more. It's gonna return us this two data in the form of an array. So here we're gonna say e dot actual name dot to lowercase. So we are completely removing the, so what we call that? Yeah, so we are completely removing the case sensitivity. Includes. So we're changing it into a lowercase. So no matter, even if we types like a capital or anything, so everything will be in lowercase. So we're gonna get the data accurately. Includes equals to. So what is the word? This one. So let's just say this is word. Let's call this a word. and we're gonna make this word dot to lowercase as well. So now the data will be filtered, and that filtered data we're gonna show it. So how do we show it? All we need to do is set files, and we're gonna pass the filter value, because ultimately what we're doing is that the JSON which we got from the API, which is stored in the files, is getting filtered, and only the required values are being shown. That's what's happening here. Okay, so now let's see if this works. So let's go for THE. It is working. Nice. Now if we go back, it's not gonna work. Why? Because we are fetching the data from the API, storing them in the files, but now we have updated the files data. Then how are we going to do that? So what we need to do, we have to retrieve the old data, but that doesn't mean we are going to recall the fetch again and again, because this is localhost, it's fine, but when it goes online, it's not really a good practice. So what we're going to do is that we are going to store the actual data in a variable, so that whenever there is a state update, whenever the search box becomes empty, we can replace that old data, we can replace the files data with the old data. So let me show you how I'm going to do that. So for this purpose, I'm going to use a hook which is useRef. So because this persists values between every render, so I'm going to use that, and here I'm going to define it. I'm going to call it original data equals to useRef will be initially empty. Okay, so in the response.data itself, what we're going to do, original data dot current is equals to response dot data. So by this, what we're going to do, so we are holding the original data, and by any chance, if the filter, like if the word becomes empty, like he has removed everything, so at that point, what we're going to do, we're gonna set files with the original data dot current. Okay, makes sense. And after that, we're going to make sure that the filtering doesn't happen again. So we're going to break the loop by calling return. See? So here, if I just refresh it just in case. So all I got to do is PSY. We got the text. We're going to remove it, and everything is back. So if I type something that doesn't exist, here we are. And now if I remove this, here we are again. So let's say screen. So you can see these files. So that's how the search functionality works. So I think with this, we have completed this project, and we have done almost everything. So if you can just go back and recollect. So we have added an upload resources stuff. So we're going to click on upload. So we can add any kind of file, and after we're adding a file, so depending upon the type of the file, it is inserted into different tabs. We have even given the color to it so that we know the tab has been selected, and along with that, we have even implemented the search functionality. So before getting into the build, there are two more things that needs to be added. The first one is that whenever we hover this specific icons, we should be able to see the details. Like if you can see, the name is not fully visible since we have kind of put an ellipsis over here. So for that, I have created a tooltip so that whenever you hover your cursor on the specific icon, you can see the full name along with the type and as well as the created date. So let's do that. And along with that, we have to make sure that this website is mobile friendly as well. So let's do that now.
let's go to code. So I could have closed everything. So we're going to go drive, source, and the components, it will be categories and categories.scss. There's other two files that we're going to work on with now. So when coming to the categories, so I'm going to create a new component. Since we're going to use tooltip for everyone, so I'm just going to simply create a new component called tooltip. And then again, if we have installed Bootstrap, we could have done this easily, but I want to do everything from scratch. So that's the reason I have done this. If you want, you can use the Bootstrap. I mean, you can install Bootstrap and create the models and everything by yourself. The front end part can be done in whatever way you want. It's just a personal preference. Dev, so I'm gonna class name it as tooltip itself. If you're someone who's beginning with front end, I would recommend for you people to completely use the native CSS until you get a good understanding of that. And once you have a good understanding, then go for this packages like Bootstrap, Tailwind, and everything. Well, Tailwind is good, but I prefer the CSS to be in a different folder. So that's the reason most of the time I use the native CSS. So here in the source, so we're gonna show name, okay, and the actual name. So the heading will be name, and it will be the actual name. And along with that, I'm gonna show the created date. And after that, we're gonna take the created date dot. Let's see how we're getting the created date in the first place. So I hope I'm just sending the date. Localhost connect. We should get drive files info. So how are we getting the date? Oh, cool, we're getting in a similar way, then that's fine. There's no need for you to manipulate it in any way. So all we gotta do is keep it over here, and that's it. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna place this tooltip along with the cover. Okay, since cover is common to everyone, and tooltip also should come when we hover on it, so I'm gonna place it along with cover. So where do we have the cover component? Here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just simply place the cover over here, and then source. So this requires source as well, right? So it needs to take the actual name. Okay, now we have to write some styles, or else this will not work. You can see, right, it kind of looks creepy. So let's style it. So we're gonna go to categories.css, and in this we're gonna go not to the hover, yeah, in the hover. So this is cover, right? So it's inside the cover. So I'm gonna write, not necessarily that I have to write over here. I will do one thing. Since all of these are relative, as a position relative, and I want this tooltip also be to absolute. I mean, I'm gonna make it absolute. So that's the reason I'm gonna write it below the hover itself. So let's write tooltip, and then we go here tooltip. So as usual, we're gonna say display block. Because why are we writing display block? Because in this I'm gonna make the tooltip as none, because it should not be shown partially. So yeah, so display blocks, to be honest, we don't need to do that here. It could just simply work, but since it's going out, so since it's going to be related with the main div, so that's the reason I'm writing the CSS related to the block. So that's the reason I kept as none. So after that, we're gonna say a left of 0 px. I'm trying to show it a bit left side, and then top of minus 70 px. These are just random values. I think
they may just come in that way, but we can later adjust them. After that, I'm just gonna give it a small shadow so that we could just differentiate between the actual, I mean, there is like you'll be having a little bit of fronting, like so, like a 3D effect, a very small 3D effect. Okay, so we have to make the background, and the most important thing is that we have to make it position absolute. We have to place this on the top. That's the main important thing, so that these two things can take effect. Okay, and finally we're gonna give some background color. I'm gonna give it a solid black. No change in that. And along with that, just let's give it some border radius of say 5px, and then we're gonna make sure that it's always on the top. So I'm gonna give it a z index of 2. And then what else can we do? We have to make it a bit smaller size of font, because some names could be incredibly big, so we're making it a smaller size. And let's give a padding as well, so that it looks much better. Okay, so I think this should do. Okay, we got it. But I think it could be much better if it has a broader width, right? So let's go to width. Let's fix the width and height. So I want to say 250px, and then I'm gonna give it a height of, you know, and around 100, not 100px. It may just go bigger. So I'm gonna kind of keep the height in check so that this doesn't cover these buttons. Okay, and along with that, I think we can do much better if we just give some spacing. So for the DL and DT, I'm gonna add some margins. So for the DT, I'm gonna add a margin bottom 5px. Let's see how this looks. Yep, it looks much better now. Okay, why did I keep a top for that? Yep, this looks much better now. Okay. Okay, for the DD, I think whenever a name becomes long, it's better. So I think whenever the name becomes long, it's better to wrap it. So it depends, like if you keep a very long name, so it's better we wrap that. So I think we're done with the tooltip section. We're getting what we needed. That's cool. So let's get started with making this website mobile friendly. So I'm just gonna click on inspect, and then I'm gonna switch to the mobile view. As you can see, it's pretty bad. So let me just give you a clear view. Can't close this. I'm gonna make it 100%. So as you can see, it's completely out of scope. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna fix it. So the first part would be this body. Okay, so for that purpose, I'm gonna go to app.css. So where is the app.css? Yeah, here is the app.css, and I'm going to use the media query. So for that, at the rate media only screen. So if you don't know what a media query is, so media queries are like, how would you say that? It's like a conditional that if there's a specific width of the screen, then you should apply this kind of styles. If there is if this width is above this, then you have to add this kind of scripts. So we are saying that the max width, this kind of styles to size. So we are saying that max would be around 600 px, which is kind of standard for mobiles. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to just call the main. Since they are side to each other, I'm going to make them come below each other, and that would be setting as a flex direction as column. The moment I do that, you can see this went down. So along with that, we're going to apply some more styles. So the one that's not working properly is aside. So we're going to take the aside, and since it's no longer beside each other, all you got to do is make sure the flex is none. Okay. Along with that, if I make the flux as none, nothing's much gonna change. Okay. So we can't keep this like this. If they kind of become side to each other, then it will be giving us a much better appearance. So for that purpose, I'm gonna take the UL tag. Okay. I'm gonna make all the elements inside them as flex so that they come beside each other. Then I'm gonna say justify content space around so that all of them get an equal width. But since the mobile screen is less, if I just go there, you can see they go out of the bottom. So for that purpose, I'm gonna introduce flex wrap. Okay, now what it's gonna do, it's gonna wrap. Now I'm gonna set the margin, because we have kept a padding to push the elements to a left side, to the right side a bit. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna make the top end as, the top and the bottom margins as auto, and the left and right with a 15 PA, so that all of them are equal. And then I'm gonna make the padding completely 0. Along with that, I will make sure all of the elements are in center, so that we could get a much better appearance. So as you can see, we got a much better appearance. So what's next? Now the next part would be setting the header, the simpler part. That's it. So as usual, we're gonna take this, we're gonna use the same media query, we're gonna go to headers.scss, and then we're gonna place it over here, and we're gonna open the tab. So in the header, it's pretty simple. All we gotta do is take the nav header, and then nav, and then flex direction column. So now it has become something like this, but this, you can see it's kind of not giving a good vibe. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna completely hide the image. So all we have to do is find the image. Where is the image? Header nav, oh, that's strange. Okay, we did not care. So inside the nav, I'm going to make the image. We don't have any class for that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take image and make it display none. It's gone. Now the search bar is kind of not looking good. So for that purpose, what we're going to do, so we are going to fix the width of the search box as per the requirement. So where do we have the search box? We have a search box over here, which is related to. So all we gotta do is search box dot search. So if you just can go back here, you can see the search box is the div and the search is the input. So here we're going to say a width of 300 px. Let's see if this goes well on. So now we have fixed this as well. So along with that, you can see it's already, this one kind of looks good already. So there's nothing much for us to do on this. So what else? Yeah, there's one more thing that we need to do is to hide the hovers. Like when I click on this, we are getting this, and then again everything is getting automatic click. So hover doesn't work on mobiles. So what we're going to do, we're going to completely close the hovers when it is in mobile view. So let's go here. So where is categories? Yep, here we have categories. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna hide the mobile view in the, the tooltip and the cover in the mobile view. So for that purpose, what we're gonna do, we're gonna take the same media query. We're gonna go to categories, and then we'll be taking all of this same hover, so that that effect doesn't take any. So this hover will not result in anything. So that's the reason we're gonna make sure hover tooltip as display none. Okay, so now even if I long press it, nothing, we get nothing. But in the mobile view, we need something so that we can download these files. So for that purpose, we're gonna create a small logic in which when you long press this icon, any kind of icons, at that point a pop-up appears with a download and the delete button. Okay, so let's do that. So doing a long press in the web is kind of tricky. So let's try that once. So the logic is pretty simple. So whenever we touch on a certain element, it's instant. Like, you touch it, it has very less time gap in it. So now we're gonna write a logic in such a way that whenever a long press, like somebody is keeping his finger, he's touching that icon for a specific for a time greater than say around half a second, at that time we're going to show this folder, we're going to show that pop-up. So that's the logic we are going to follow for the long press, and we have to make sure that this long press only gets applied in the mobile only. And for that we have events, because when we're switching to mobile view, events like the mouse clicks no longer works. Okay, and events like on touch start, on touch end starts working when the screen switches to mobile view. So that's going to be very good for us. That will be useful to us to be more precise. So we're not going to write for the on mouse events, but we're going to write for the on touch events. Okay. So let's go. So I'm going to create a function and apply the logic over here. So I'm going to call it const long press. So here we're going to have two input parameters. One would be the callback, so that whenever a long press happen, I can send back some kind of info to the file. I'll just show you what I mean. So one is a callback, and then we need a time. I said, right, we'll be requiring some kind of time. So I'm gonna take 500 milliseconds. Okay, now we're going to implement the logic using a use ref hook. So I'm gonna say time ref is equals to use ref as null. So the initial value will be null. Okay, so let's do one thing, and let's create a function called start is equals to time ref dot current equals to set timeout callback. So you know what set timeout does. So whenever we pass a function and the millisecond and the time in the set timeout, so what it's going to, after that specific time has passed out, it's gonna call that function. So I think I'm pretty sure you got the logic what I'm trying to do here. So then const clear, we have to clear it, right, so that for the next touch this all gets resetted. If time ref dot current, it has some kind of value, only at that point clear timeout time ref dot current. So we are clearing this timeout. So like when he lifts the finger, so the timeout needs to be cleared. So then time ref dot current is equals to null. So what this basically does is that when the user lifts the finger from the specific icon, we're going to call this and check whether the time ref has some kind of value or not. If it has a timer inside it, we're going to clear the timer. As you can see, we have passed the timer to the timeref.current. So once we have a value in the timeref.current, we're going to make sure once the user lifts the finger, we're going to clear the timer and also set the timeref.current value is equal to none. Okay. And then we're going to return the events. What would be on, touch, start. These are native JavaScript events. We're going to pass start. And after that, on touch end. I don't know why it is showing me like this. So we're going to pass clear. So along with that, sometimes there's a great chance that the touch may move, like they just go from one part of the screen to others. So we're going to do the same on touch move, and that would be clear as well. Okay. So now where are we going to implement this? So we are going to implement this. So let's say we're going to implement this on the that same components, because we need to long press all of those components. So for the better purpose, what we're going to do is like we have to implement this on the components itself. But as you can see, the components are already a lot of messy. So what we're going to do, we're going to implement them here. Ultimately, they need to wrap the components. So we're going to create a div for each of them and then wrap them in the div so that the long press event actually works. So I'm going to say, so all I have to do is just before that I have to call the long press event. Okay, so we have to call the long press event, right? So here I'm going to call the long press event const long press is equals to, I'm going to just change it to long press is equals to, I'm going to say long press, and here I'm just going to do a small console log so that you could understand that yes, and the long press function is working. And after that, we can implement the rest of the UI. So I'm going to say long rest. Okay. And then we're going to spread the long press events here. So all the events like the on click, those events which we have created, on touch start, on touch end, and on touch open, on touch move. On touch move will automatically gets applied on this div. So we're going to implement all of the same over here. What's wrong? Okay, it got closed here automatically the moment I pasted it. Let's see if this works or not. Let's go. Let's bring this one as well. Console. I think we already got an error. Let's see long press. So if I do this, let me just minimize this so that we can see both of them side to each other. So if I just do this, nothing until I do this. Okay, until I do this. Okay, until I do this, 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 until I do So in the mobile, you can get a better view. So, or else we can do one more thing. We're gonna increase the long press event to 1000 milliseconds. And let's see what happens at that point. If I do this, okay, we are getting, I mean, in the mobile, it works much better. So this will surely work in the mobile. So, but we are getting the long press events now. So what we're gonna do later on, okay, we have to keep this in this view. So whenever we press on this, we have to make sure that we get a pop-up with the download stuff, okay, a card. So for that purpose, in the categories itself, so the categories are outside the categories. So most probably in the categories itself, I'm going to write a card. Const card is equals to / and div. So the class name will be card. You can happily use this. And then I'm going to take the source src dot actual name. Okay. And after that, I'm going to use the same logic, you know, the download and trash stuff. So I'm going to go over here, take this and paste it over here. Okay. So there is no need for us to pass anything in the card because this is within the same categories section. So it can access this src and as well as this downloads. I think we have to place it down. Oh wait, it can't access the download. Oh my god, I forgot completely about this. In a completely different folder. It can't access it. Okay, in that case, we're just going to simply take this, copy this, and paste it over here. Okay, there could be a much better way to do that, but for the time being, just let's do this. And then we need a model so that it could be triggered. So for that purpose, I'm going to create a new trigger model info. And in that, I'm going to say, sorry, not this. We're going to just use the model we have already used. So when coming to this, we don't have a trigger element. Like we could just simply use the image as a trigger element and do that. But we need this to happen only when there is a long press. Okay. So for that purpose, or else do we need a long press here? I don't think we need a long press here. Okay, let's just continue with the long press. Trigger. Okay. Yep, I remember why we need a long press now, because we have an event over there that needs to play, right? So whenever we click a certain stuff, for instance, this is a PDF. So when I click on it, you know, it needs to kind of open. I don't know. So that's the reason I have implemented a long press over here. I just remember. So that's the reason we need a long press, but not an on click. So now this model doesn't have a trigger which is supplied by an element. Okay, we don't have any element that's gonna supply the trigger. That's gonna do the trigger, to be more precise. So what we are going to do is that we're gonna initialize the model with an open clause. So for that reason, we're gonna use the we're gonna tell the model to be opened by the beginning without a trigger. So if you could remember, we have kept something called initial. So the initial value will be passed down to the model, and if we pass down the initial value as true, the model will be automatically opened without requiring any trigger. So for that purpose, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create another hook. So I'm going to call it, let's say, what should we call this? I'll just call info, and then I'm going to say set info, and I'm going to keep use state as false at the beginning, and then I'm going to take this info value and keep it in the initial value. Okay, and in the callback, so whenever the model gets closed, I have to make sure that this model also gets closed. So like when they press the close button, this info should also disappear. For that purpose, I'm going to say e, getting the event, set info to false. Most probably the callback will be the false. Callback. What are you trying to say? Okay. Oh my god, the braces, damn it, yeah. Most of my mistakes are due to the misalignment of braces. I don't know why. Now we're going to paste the info over here. Copy this, paste it, and paste this here as well. And paste it here as well. Okay. And after that, we need to go to categories and write a style for the card. Okay. So the simple logic would be that in the mobile view, I mean in the desktop view, I'm going to make sure that cards are not visible. So this class should not be visible at all, this one. So for that purpose, what I'm going to do, I'm going to this view, and inside that I'm going to say card display none. So even if there is a trigger of long press, it doesn't work. Mouse over it, though, I mean, until we don't give the mouse over events, those triggers doesn't happen, but just for the safe side. And then here we're going to write the actual logic. So we're going to say a background color of var, and that would be primary, secondary color. Yeah, secondary color would be better. Then we're going to say padding of 10 px so that we can get a neat look, and then border radius of 10 px, and then since each element is placed inside a span, I'm going to say margin top of 10 px, and then display flex, justify content space evenly so that there could be a space between each of the icons, an equal amount of space. Now let's go back and see. It's not triggering. Wow. Let's go back. I think we missed something. Info, set info. Yeah, we need something to trigger, right? So we did not write that logic. So where is the long press? So we have to, where's the long press? Yep. And the long press, instead of this, I'm gonna make set info as true. So let's see if this works now. Yep, we got it. So this doesn't look good. Inspect it. Let's see why it doesn't look good. Okay, we have placed them inside a span. I thought I had kept them in a single span, but I think I didn't. Now it looks good. All we gotta do is we close this. So what's going on? So okay guys, I found the issue. It's nothing but a typo. So as you can see on touch end, E should be capital and M should be capital as well. So the reason why the pop-up is coming again and again is because it never received the on touch end event, so it never went to clear, and the timer kind of, for every 500 milliseconds it's kind of popping up the same pop-up again and again. So this should fix this. Just in case, let's refresh the entire thing, and boom, here we have it. And when I'm gonna long press this, you can see you got the Psychology of Money PDF. You can just click download. It's downloaded. It's not like a free extension. And now if I close this, we're not getting it back. So I think with this, we are done with the mobile view as well. Let's just hope everything works fine. So when I click this, it's opening. That's good. So what about this? Yep, this also works fine. And audio, yeah, this one works good too. So yep, we are done with this stuff. So now let's get into the building part. So here we're going to go to categories, and then we're gonna go to terminal. Where's that terminal? Yeah, we're gonna open a new terminal. So let's just, in case, let's just kill this and this as well. Let's go inside CD drive, and we're gonna run npm run build. Let's not do that both at once. We're gonna go drive, then we're gonna run the build. So this is gonna take some time. So after the build is done, I'll be back in a few seconds. Okay. So after a long time, the build is finally complete. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna host this build using the Node.js itself. And how we're gonna do that? So first of all, let's just close all of these files. And then let's go to server.js. Okay. And here we're gonna define the folder that needs to be static. Since the build folder contains all the files of the Node.js that has been converted into plain CSS and JavaScript. So we're gonna serve those files, but how are we gonna serve them? Without any path. Okay, express.static. Here we're gonna give path.join, and then we're gonna define, and then we're just a second. Yeah. And then we're gonna set the directory name, the root directory, and in that we're gonna tell for it to go out of the server folder, then go to the drive folder, and then go to the build folder. So now all the files that are available in the build folder are now available statically on the localhost 3001. That means if you try to access any of this file by using its name, you can access it. But we need it to be, whenever we press the localhost 3001, we need the website to be shown. And what is the base file of any website? It's index.html. If you just can go to the build, you can see index.html. So if we can serve this file, automatically the entire website will be shown. So for that purpose, what we're gonna do, so this will remain the same. The only thing is we're gonna give a path here. So what's the path? That would be /drive, and then we're gonna go inside the build. That's it. Okay, so now this is available for us. Now let's just open a new tab, terminal, sorry. Here we're gonna go inside, we're gonna go inside server, and then we're gonna say node server.js. The server has started. Now we're gonna open this, and we're gonna say localhost 3001, and we should have our website here. We got our website with all the features that we have added. See, everything works accordingly. Okay, so after that, there is one more thing that you need to remember, that if you want to serve this thing on your local network, there's one change that you need to do. That is, you have to go to your APIs where we have kept the base URL, you know, and this needs to be changed into your static IP. To be more precise, the IP in which your PC is there. So how do you check your IP? It's pretty simple. You can just open your command prompt and you can just say IP config, IP config. So here you have to take this IPv4 address, since I'm connected to Wi-Fi. So you have to take this IPv4 address and place this IP in place of localhost, and then again you have to have the port, and then you build a folder and then you serve it through the Node.js. Okay, so if you remember, like, we are done with the project now, but if you remember, so in the beginning of this project I have shown that I have clicked on a specific icon and the file and the commands automatically run and the application has opened in a browser. So to do that, we will be using something called a batch file. So I'm just going to call it start.bat. Okay, so this batch file allows us to run certain CMD commands through a programmatic structure. So what we're going to do is we're going to write it. So we're going to say echo. So there is no need for you to understand every line of code, because batch file writing is not something that most of the developers like us do. So even though, just for information, I'm going to tell you what each line does. So at the rate of echo of, will make sure that all of any other kind of instructions that are being printed on terminal are stopped. And after that, we're going to say echo starting server. So echo is nothing else but like a printf statement or console log statement. Okay, starting server and then start CMD. So that means we are telling the system that we are going to give a CMD command here, a command prompt command here. So -/k. So this means that to open that specific command in a new terminal and make sure that terminal doesn't get closed. So here we are going to run two commands, cd server. Since we have created the batch file over here, so that's the reason I'm moving to the server folder. And then the second command would be node server.js. Now this will make sure that the file gets, the backend gets started. So the next step would be, like, we have two options to do that. So sorry, the next step would be opening the browser, and we have two options to do that. The first one is that to wait for a certain period of time, and after the period has lapsed, we're going to open the browser. Okay, so to open a browser, there is nothing. All you got to do is click on start http and then the URL that you want to open, 3001. Okay, all we need to do is this. So let's go here and just close this so that you can see the effect. Okay, but the thing is that sometimes the server may not start immediately, but since the CMD goes line by line and doesn't wait whether this has been opened or not, so we have to make sure that until the server is not ready, this line doesn't execute. For that purpose, we can write a function and we're going to call it wait. Okay, and then again, there is no need for you to understand every level of the line, or you can just even copy paste it. So I'm just taking the command from the PowerShell and pasting it over here. Okay, so this line says that we are going to give a PowerShell command right now. Okay, so this here is the PowerShell command. Okay, and as you can see, so there is an invoke web request, and this is the URL that needs to be invoked, and we have given a timeout of 1 second, and we are checking if the status code is equal to 200 or not. If it's equal to 200, then exit. If not, if it's equal to 200 only, then make the exit level as 0. And then if by any chance it is not, we're going to give as a null. So this one clears all kind of errors. And then we are checking if we have any error, because after the timeout, if the API doesn't hit, we are going to get an error. Okay. So if there is an error, then go to wait, which is this. Okay. So it's like a simple logic. It's checking for whether the URL is available or not. If it is available, it's gonna go to the next line. If it's not, again, it's gonna loop. It's a kind of while loop until we don't satisfy the condition, until we satisfy the condition. Okay. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna shut down this server so that this doesn't get hosted. So I'm gonna close both of these terminals. Then we are going to go to the batch, reveal in a file explorer. Let's hope this works. And then we're going to click start. So if everything works well, this is going to happen. Okay. So along with that, you can create a shortcut for this. And if you close the terminal, only then the application gets closed. Okay. So along with that, if we want, we can create a shortcut for this. I'll just simply say show more option, create a shortcut. Okay. And then I'm going to go to this properties and I can give an icon to this. So I'm going to just go to advanced. So you can keep it as run as administrator as well. If your system requires permissions to run JavaScript. And then you're going to click on change icon. So I'm going to just click on change icon and I'm going to just select this icon. Okay. And then click on apply. Okay. And then we can take this icon out here and paste it over here. So now you can see the start shortcut. Now if I double click this, our application opens. Okay, so we have successfully created our project number 2, which is just a local drive that is available in the entire local network. So there are certain things that this can be an advancement, like we don't have folders to it, we don't have logins to it, we don't have different users interface to it. So if this video gets at least 10 likes, I'm gonna make an updated version of this in which we can add folders, we can add users, and even we can add authentication so that each user can upload his each set of files. Okay, so thank you for watching till now. So if you have any doubts, you can just leave them in the comments section, and the GitHub repo of this entire project will be available in the comment section or in the description. So thank you for watching. Let's meet until next time.